right, welcome to the Killer Main podcast series, and this week is the newest killer to the game, unless this comes out when Springtrap is revealed. But the newest killer to the game, Ken Kaneki, girl whose name I can never pronounce correctly, and or whatever you want to call him. If my guests would like to introduce themselves.
My name is Cykosu. I am a big Tokyo Ghoul fan and Ghoul main in Dead by Daylight. And yeah,
That's it.
I don't know what else to say.
Where can people find you?
You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube, as well as TikTok and Instagram. Basically everywhere. My name's just Cykosu on everything.
I'll have it linked below as much as I can find.
Awesome. I can provide the links if you'd like.
Yeah, that makes my life so much easier if you can do that later.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that.
So the first question that I ask everybody is, how long have you been playing Dead by Daylight?
So I started playing Dead by Daylight back in September of 2020 because a couple of friends were playing it, and it's all been downhill from there. I have 6,000 hours in the game currently.
6,000 hours?
Yep.
Hang on one second, I'm sorry. Footage messed up. Hang on. Technical difficulties, I apologize. 6,000 hours.
6,204 to be exact.
Is it just on Steam, or is it like in-game?
It's on Steam.
Okay. That makes way more sense.
Yeah.
In only it's been like 4 or 5.5 years. That's quite a lot, all things, because, I mean, I don't know, I have like 5K, I guess, and I started the year after you, so maybe not. Huh.
Yeah, I mean, I like it very quickly. Like, I wasn't sure about it at first, but it very quickly became like my favorite online game to play. Because before, my favorite online game to play was Valorant. So in a way, I was saved by Dead by Daylight.
Before
it was Valorant and like Warframe. Those are the two games I played probably the most before I found Dead by Daylight.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, I was just like, this game, this like play style and like gameplay loop, this is a lot more like interesting to me. Because I am someone who was not really interested in horror before Dead by Daylight, because I thought it was all just kind of like samey. But Dead by Daylight kind of like introduced me to that, and I'm like, wow, there's a lot more nuance to this than I thought. And they made it a fun game.
Yeah, I think for me, Dead by Daylight's draw was mostly that it's not. I'm gonna piss so many people off saying this. It's not that mechanically intensive.
Yeah.
It's a lot more. I think it's more of a thinking man's game personally. It's a lot more macro focused than people give it credit for. Because before DVD for me, it was Rainbow Six Siege. I had like fucking like 2,000 hours in that game, and before that it was League of Legends. So, but what brought you in specifically? Just your friends?
Yeah, so it was a couple streamer friends that I'm friends with. Still, they don't play as often as me anymore, but I was just like, oh yeah, this game looks kind of cool. Because I'd heard of Dead by Daylight before. I just never looked into what it was, and I heard that they called their DLCs chapters, and I'm going to be completely honest. I thought this game was a like visual novel style game based on that alone.
Well, we got
the dating sim eventually. Yeah,
we got it eventually, so you're not wrong.
Yeah, so in a way, I win, but yeah, I like, because they called them chapters. First time I heard of Dead by Daylight was when they did the Stranger Things chapter, and I thought based on that, because it was called a chapter, I thought it was like a story, like kind of visual novel-esque game. I was wrong. And I started playing just because of my friends. There weren't really, like, as I said, I wasn't super into horror outside of like maybe FNAF. Around the time that I'd gotten into the game. And that is... It is mostly because of those friends that I got into it. And now I've been introduced to a lot more, like, horror and just the genre in general.
Yeah, Dead by Daylight is a great gateway for that. I wish more people that aren't into horror that play Dead by Daylight would branch out a little bit more.
Oh yeah.
But that leads into the big question for every killer main. Why Ken? I know you said you're a Tokyo Ghoul fan. Is that the only reason?
So yes and no,
Hmm.
but it is the primary reason. Tokyo Ghoul is a series that I fell in love with when I was just 12 years old. Probably younger, maybe. Um, because it was just an anime that felt very different from all the other ones I'd watched. It had a lot more of like a grittiness to it,
Hmm.
but relatable characters, and really cool world building with how they handle everything. Like everything made sense. Um, and of course that like love for the series grew as I got older and started to understand more of the nuance of the story. Um, and when I heard rumors that Kaneki would be coming into the game as a killer, I was like talking to my friends about it constantly. Like I was saying, like even if this killer is like an F tier, like garbage man of a killer, I will main this killer.
It seems like most of
Like
the community wants that. It makes you feel any better.
yeah, honestly. Um, yeah, no, Tokyo Ghoul has been probably one of the most influencing stories in my life
Hmm.
in terms of like my personality and like the kind of style of things I like. Like my VTuber character's hair is white because of Kaneki. Like it's something that stuck with me a lot. And so I heard the rumors that it would be coming to DBD, and I'm just like, yeah, that's my new main. No matter how bad or good they are, it's just kind of a bonus that they happen to have Spider-Man style swinging as a power, which is one of my favorite play styles in any game.
It's a
Really,
it's a grappling hook that makes any game better.
yeah,
It's the law. It just makes any game better. It's like
it
bows
really
were.
does.
It was like bows for a while there.
Yeah,
Um,
like it's a combination of it's one of my favorite characters in fiction and one of my favorite play styles in video games combined into a character that was like a dream character for me. Like I was always telling my friends like FNAF is my dream chapter, but that's just because Tokyo Ghoul I couldn't see happening. And somehow Tokyo Ghoul happened before FNAF.
the signs are there. I made the joke about this. The anime style thing in Ultimate Custom Night.
Hmm.
The signs were there. The signs were
Yeah,
there.
they
Uh,
were.
but it's interesting you say that because that's not as common as you would think for people to like only play a character just because they enjoy the license itself. It's very common on the casual end of things, and that's not me like
Oh,
demeaning anybody. But
sorry, could you repeat that? I think my internet had a little hiccup just now.
I was saying the whole like ride or die with the character just because of who the character is not as common as you would think.
Hmm.
Outside of the casual side of things, from a content creator perspective, like a lot of people who like enjoy characters in this game tend to enjoy the play style more than the character. Like I'm also the opposite on this because I've made this very clear. As a Chucky main, I hate dash killers.
Fair.
I
Yeah.
I I I can't play Billy to save my life. I can't play Blight to save my life. I love
Hmm.
Ken, but I don't play him as a dash killer really, so that's why. Um,
Yeah.
but for me, Chucky's just I love that franchise so much. That's the reason I main him. So it's again, it's just not common to hear it as much as you would think. There's exceptions.
Yeah.
Horse loves Resident Evil, so Nemesis obviously, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, there's a lot of Wesker mains I know who have never played Resident Evil before, ever.
Yeah.
Um, and as far as Ken coming to the game, like I'm not in the anime scene as much as I used to be when I was younger. How
Hmm.
popular is Tokyo Ghoul?
From what I recall, it was one of the most popular, if not the most popular, anime of like the 2010s.
Okay.
Not the most popular anime, but like the early 2010s.
Hmm.
I like, as someone who was on the internet at a younger age, I saw so many people talking about it constantly as it was coming out. And that's part of why I knew about it. Um, but it was very popular. It still is one of the most popular horror genre manga series and anime series.
Well, yeah, I mean, even as someone who doesn't really keep up with anime again like I used to, I knew about it. Like I've seen stuff from Tokyo Ghoul. Like I've known of it,
Yeah.
and I've never watched it though. You know, so
Mhm.
like, to me that just proves how popular it was. Which
Yeah.
we'll get more into this with the adaptation side of things, but it does lead into this whole idea of it doesn't belong in Dead by Daylight, and
I hate that argument so much.
we'll
Like,
get
you have no idea
we'll, we'll
genuinely how much I hate that.
we'll get to it later. Trust me.
All right, good.
So the big thing here, and you're on Twitter, so I'm sure you've seen many a takes.
Mhm.
Are there any changes you would make to Kaneki at the moment?
Um, Revert the range decrease that
Okay.
they did in the most recent update.
Hmm.
Lower the minimum range because the minimum range existing causes a similar kind of inability for skill expression that the auto aim was causing,
Hmm.
that they ended up changing. Um, I would also like to see, like, for more of like a survivor sided balance. I need to think on this one. uh,
Okay.
well, a lot of survivors seem to complain about his strength, but for reasons I feel other killers have better ways of going through.
Hmm.
So, like, in terms of like survivor, like helping survivors kind of like go against it a little bit better, I would say maybe make it so like his you can't like attack while enraged. Like, rework enraged. I feel enraged is kind of like a nothing
Do you
feature.
do you know how I play Ken? Have you seen my clips?
I have not.
I run Stabiffle and Chain.
Mm-hmm.
I don't go enraged.
You don't go enraged. That's fair.
And I went on I think we ended on 48 wins in a row.
That's really good,
Um,
actually,
but
with that playstyle.
well, the thing is, like, I was trying to prove a point that people were saying, like, he's too good at enraged. And this isn't me playing devil's advocate or anything, but my point I was trying to prove is no, he's just good in general.
Yeah, he's a
um,
very strong, like, high movement dash killer who has the ability to get an auto injure, but doesn't necessarily need it.
yeah, I was talking, I think me and Ramakan were talking about it, where I feel like too many people kind of autopilot and just go for the auto hit too often when a lot of times going for the M1 and then following up by dashing right next to them would get you the down much faster.
Yeah,
It's insane how good it can be when it works out.
for sure.
Technically, I was cheesing it a bit by running save, but still,
That's still, yeah. I mean, that's still, it's a perk in the game. You might as well use it if it's going to help that playstyle.
mhm.
Everyone's going to like. That's what perks are for. It's supposed to,
uh,
give a unique playstyle to characters that
because
naturally probably wouldn't be able to pull it off as easier.
because I think the big point of contention, because I do agree with the range change. I think they were doing that more to compensate a bit. I think that was more of a how do I want to phrase it? That was more like a gimme nerf.
Hmm.
They were like, okay, we've heard your complaints. We lowered the auto range. We lowered the auto range, the auto hitbox, and also we're nerfing the range. That was more like a hey, here's another thing, just so you guys can see that we're doing something. That's what it
Yeah,
felt like
because
to me.
all it felt like the range decrease did was just make him feel clunkier to play when you're trying to go for cutoffs and trying to wrap around survivors and try to disable their movement essentially.
Yeah. And the other big one that people have been bringing up a lot is the vault speed. Okay. Here's
I think they could get rid of the enraged modifier or like multiplier to the vault speed, and I think that would be all he needs changed about it.
does it. What do you know what the numbers are offhand? Because I don't.
Um, no, but I'm pretty sure I can find them really quick because I know someone
Because
uploaded them in detail to the new wiki. Yeah,
because the thing is, I don't, because there has to be a reason to be enraged, right?
yeah.
Because if there's not, like I've mentioned this before, because someone was telling me if enrage didn't do anything, because I was thinking, what if we just got rid of the enrage mechanic completely and got rid of the vaulting and all of this stuff, and he literally just has a movement ability, and it's more like a utility tool. I've mentioned this a few times because again, that's basically how I play him.
Yeah.
And the response I often get back is that would be boring and the power would feel kind of pointless, which I disagree with, but I understand where they're coming from with that.
Yeah, I mean, I also kind of disagree with that making the power pointless. Though I do think, and this is more in terms of like adaptation, that the ability to grapple directly to survivors and the implication that you're biting them does kind of make you feel more like you're playing Kaneki rather than you're playing Venom, for example.
I mean, he is anime Venom, so it's fine.
He is, yeah.
Uh,
Kaneki, in terms of power, is basically anime Venom with vampire tendencies.
Ghouls are just anime vampires. What do you mean? That's all
They are. They are like a unique take on vampires.
I wouldn't say unique.
Not unique, but like, they're not just straight up vampires.
Yeah.
That are just the typical design of a vampire.
I mean, they can go in the sun. I still don't understand why Rize has to wear glasses. That makes no sense to me, but whatever. They're superhumans, but she still has bad eyesight. Okay. All right.
It's a disguise.
It's a disguise. You think it's purely just for looks?
In the manga, there's multiple. Like, she only wears glasses when she goes to Anteku,
Oh.
the cafe that they go to.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, she doesn't wear glasses like where she originally lives. She doesn't wear glasses when she's home. None of that.
I will.
Yeah.
Pardon my ignorance. I apologize.
That's all good.
I just always thought it was a funny design quirk. That's all. But like in terms of like nerfing, because there's been a lot of suggestions. And don't get me started on the whole umbrella debate.
I'm glad they changed Umbrella.
It didn't do anything.
It definitely didn't do anything, but it is something that I feel like had they kept it, it would just cause more complaints. And it did have a very slight increase of chance for Kaneki to get a hit.
It was
very slight,
yeah,
but
I've done the side by side. It was half a frame.
Yeah,
that was the thing. That is one of those add-ons that was so weird to me because I saw so many complaints about it. I went in and I have the footage somewhere in my files. And I went side by side. It is half a frame of difference. Can that matter? Yes, 100%. That can matter. But it was not the reason he was overpowered like so many people were saying.
Not at all.
I saw so many people saying Umbrella is the only reason he's busted.
That's not at all true. That's an add-on is never the only reason.
I saw so many people saying if they nerf Umbrella, he's fine.
That isn't true at all. Like, yes, it helps, but he does have a lot more like
it's
non-clarity of how like you're supposed to go against his power.
Like, well, because the thing, and we'll get into that with the playing against thing as well later on, down the line, but. Because the thing with Umbrella that like was really making me mad is again I would show people the difference, the side by side that it only like affected half a frame, and I would still have people telling me it was overpowered and it needed to be nerfed. How much more of a nerf can it get from 0.5%? Which I guess the nerf was just to rework it because that's what they did, which is fine. Yeah. But I don't even. What does it do now? I don't even know.
I think it's like for every perfect.
Oh yeah, it's the perfect hits increase in rage by like 10 seconds. I think it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For each perfectly timed grab attack, it increases the amount of time added to the countdown for each one by 10 seconds.
Which the perfect hit thing is also another weird mechanic.
I kind of like it just because it's like funny that a killer has to hit a skill check
I think
just for
it
a couple extra seconds.
I think it would have been funnier if it was actually a skill check.
Yeah, me too. I was kind of hoping it would be.
Like you just run up to the survivor, do the auto hit, and the circle pops up. It's super fast, like chlorophobia speed.
Yeah.
That would have been great, because that's my biggest problem with it is the clarity on like what a perfect hit is exactly. Because it seems like every hit I get is a perfect hit.
Yeah. It's like the visual indicator isn't really accurate all the time either. So sometimes when it's like fully lit up red, I'll like press it and it's like, oh, you failed. You don't get that 10 seconds anymore.
It's yeah, and
You have to pay attention to the actual like animation of him doing the full leap with his body. Because once you're like at your height is usually when I think is the right time to press it, because that's always going to be a perfect.
because I think the other thing with him that it was a weird balancing decision, because I think this is one of the few times they've ever done this, was changing rarities as a way of balancing things.
Yeah, that was weird.
And you know, maybe this is a hot take. I don't think that does anything,
No, not really.
because
Like if you're changing rarities, I feel like you gotta change what they do. Because otherwise, it's just like people already farmed them.
yeah.
Unless it's like from PTB to live, then obviously no one's farmed them. You can't farm them.
Well, no, that's not
But
true. No, with the new change, you might be able to.
oh,
Yeah, remember they're adding the thing where when you get a new killer, you get some add-ons and stuff with them.
oh, I just meant like farming in PTB and then going in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people can't farm them
Yeah.
out, but if you have like if they give you like a decent stockpile, you could in theory just like have 5 million BP saved now and just.
Yeah.
I mean, I know someone who has like over 120 million blood points ready for Springtrap.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I mean, I when I heard the rumors that Kaneki was going to be the next killer, I saved up about 22 million blood points before he released, and I was Prestige 19 day one.
yeah, like I don't the whole rarity thing for like balancing just. I still think the rarities should be effects, not necessarily balancing. Like greens should just be like status effects.
Yeah.
Purples should change how the power works a little bit, like adding a new effect to the power, like aura reading or whatever. And then the Eries should like change the playstyle of how the power works completely.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But the way they're doing it now, because I mean, coffee's a purple now, which some would say deservedly so. But I don't think that really changes anything.
It doesn't, especially this late into the character existing. So many people have put blood points. I have well over 1,000 coffees, despite it being a purple. Like,
It's
it doesn't change the fact that it's still like a strong add-on. I don't use it personally because I like using the slingshot, and the slingshot isn't as reliable. You can't reliably do the slingshot with the coffee, it feels. So
But
I don't have a point to run it.
But I think at the moment, as far as like complaints for him, I think that the big ones I see now are, now that Umbrella's been changed, is I still see complaints about the auto hit, which is
That's valid.
that's a tough one to fix, especially now that it's basically just part of the character now.
Yeah.
Is it possible to change it or remove it? Yeah, definitely. But at this point, you would have to adjust some other things to maybe compensate if it really does hurt him that much, especially on the controller side of things.
Yeah.
So I don't see it ever going away.
I feel like it'd be funny if they turn the PTB bug into a feature that replaces Bite, where you can just kind of like Tarzan, just slap them. But that could also be kind of OP if you get really good at it, which is scary.
Otherwise, the only other thing I see complaints about at the moment is honestly just the vaulting speed, because I think he's in a weird position where, because of how his power works, there's really nothing you can nerf.
Yeah. I feel like he's just kind gonna be stuck as one of those killers that's A tier unless they just kind of just gut him.
Well, and
which I
again,
don't want them to do.
Again, I've been using half the power, and
Mhm.
I went on almost a 50 win streak. By the way, I was in the event.
Yeah.
You know, the what most people would consider a very Survivor side of the event, where gens were flying left and right.
Oh, for sure. Like getting a almost 50 kill streak without using half the power in that definitely does show that the killer has a lot of overtuning going on
Well,
in like his power, but also I feel like there's a lot in the like. Okay, do you have like a rule set? Like if survivors gave up, did that match count?
if they gave up, did that match count? I wouldn't count it. Well, I mean, I still counted it. As long as I killed them, I counted it.
Okay, because I do feel like there are still a lot of people who don't necessarily want to learn to go against him.
It's just, yeah, that's very true.
It's like a skull merchant-y effect where no matter what they change, like even if he's not as good as he was before,
I sorry,
he's still not like, yeah.
I'm laughing because I made a Ken DC the other day.
Oh, wait, do you tell? I'm interested.
It was on Bad Ham, which, okay, bad map already. You know what?
Yeah.
And we'll get into this with the counterplay section. You know what I did? He hit me with bite, and I just stayed at the loop.
You're kidding.
That's all I did. I just stayed at the loop and just ran
Which
around
loop?
it. It was the car loop in front of the school.
You're kidding. What?
Yeah, I just stayed in front. I just looped that.
That's so easy to deal with on Kaneki. You just make the survivor drop the pallet. Because yeah, that's like that's a harder loop to deal with power. Because there's no like really tall things besides the school and the fence next to it. But both of those are too close. That's why I'm saying we need the minimum range to be lowered. Because then you can actually use your power at most loops.
But that's the thing with the minimum range being lowered. Isn't the fact that it can't work at loops like that a good thing though? Because it gives survivors an option.
It is, but it also makes the killer feel clunkier to play. So I feel like if they did do a minimum range reduction, they would have to compensate by lowering something else, like maybe the base speed of the grapple could be changed for that.
That would also give coffee more of a use case too.
It would. And it would give it more of a like reason to be a purple as well. It is still strong and does fit as a purple. But if they reduce the speed of the base leap, then that would make it more fair on most loops generally, but also smaller loops could be more usable if they also do the range reduction. And it makes coffee a little bit more stronger as well. Or a little bit more reasonable to bring.
You know, again, we'll get into this with the counterplay, but I do find it funny how similar Ken's reception and like playstyle is to Chucky to a degree. Because I don't.
Scamper.
Well, so the counterplay for Chucky on his release that I would tell people all the time was the loops that don't work against most killers, like small rock loops and like shitty like filler loops, are the ones you want to go to. Use those. Because he can't use his power on them. He's just 115 movement speed killer.
Yep, just an M1.
Yeah, he can't do. Hey, we can't say that. We can't say that. Twitter will get on me again. But I think that's also part of the problem too. Is that he's M1.
Yeah.
And that's a harder one to fix. Because unlike Spirit, where I could see them doing it, and I know why some people don't want it to be done. I'm just saying, in theory, I could see them making it so hits out of phase count as M2s, not basic attacks. But with Ken, I feel like the only time they could really do that is like hits after a dash, because you do get a score event for it. I forget what it's called, but you do get a score event for it if you get a hit. Like I think it's like 3 seconds after dashing.
Yeah, you do.
So, like, I could see them counting that as a non-basic attack, but that feels even clunkier than it would for Spirit. Because you were very clearly just M1ing them.
Yeah.
So,
they could add some kind of, like, indicator, but that would still not make it feel any less clunky.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're just pressing M1 to get the hit.
Because again, I think that's the problem. Because the way I've described him, and this isn't exactly right. This is me being a little reductive. He's like he's a blight that can M1 more often.
Yeah,
like blight can M1. Sure,
it feels more like a nurse that can't go through walls.
Yeah, that's probably a better way.
A little bit of a slide, because like I guess they could make it like there's a visual and like actual effect on Kaneki's animations after he finishes a slide, and that is like what's considered as when it would be a like special attack instead of a M1, or instead of being considered an M1. And that could be it could be like Nurse in that sense, where it's like there's a small period of an animation change where hitting the survivor like that would be considered a special attack, and that's how they could go about it. Just kind of copy paste how Nurse works, with her hits not counting as a special attack or as an M1. But again, that will still feel clunky, especially if there's no like fatigue.
Yeah, and there's no like real setup or like it's a hard thing too, because I feel like that's also part of the reason he's so as strong as he is because of his ability to be able to use M1 perks. Now, don't get me wrong, there's not really that many M1 perks that are like S tier or anything, but he can use most of them very like Surge / Jolt.
Yeah,
like it's really not that great of a regression perk, but
yeah.
Because of his map mobility, he can make it work extremely well. Even things like Rapid Brutality, which is something else I've been running on him too. Like, it's really not like the best thing in the world, but it makes those in-between times when you are on cooldown, or like when you like slightly miss with the slide, like it makes them more tolerable and like harder for the survivors to do anything about it.
Yeah.
And then there's Save the Best for Last, which, okay, it's just a me thing. But
yeah, I've tried running Save the Best myself personally. I feel like I don't really get enough value out of it, but I feel like that's just more because I don't like ignoring a specific survivor.
You don't have to
get used out of a perk.
4 stacks is all.
No, I know. Yeah, that's fair. It just like it also just makes me feel bad when I hit them, even if I'm not like trying to, and it's just like, oh, okay, now I have to get those stacks again. Dang.
I think Save the Best for Last is my favorite perk in the entire. I run it on Chucky.
Fair. I used to run it all the time. I just I don't know. I'm on and off with it.
Yeah. I again, and plus I have an entire my build for him is Lethal Pursuer, Save, Bamboozle, and Barbecue and Chili. It's a very basic build.
Yeah, it works with him though.
Yeah.
Like you get Barbecue and Chili, you get nearly map wide information every time you hook somebody. Save the Best for Last works because it's a M1. What were the other two said?
Bamboozle and Lethal.
Bamboozle's great because it helps him close down loops easier than he already does. And you said Lethal. That's great for just starting the game as fast as humanly possible.
I usually get it down within the first like 15 seconds of a match because of it, like every match.
Yeah.
And then like I normally do that, and then I run Chain and Handkerchief. And again,
yeah, that's what I run.
Yeah,
those are the items I run too.
You run Chain?
Yeah.
Really?
It like even if you're going for bites, it still makes it so when survivors are hiding and there's like a downtime and you have your enrage run out, you can use your power as a mobility more than a like injure.
That's
to get around the map easier. And also early game, if you're not finding a survivor instantly, you don't guess where they spawned correctly.
It also
instantly.
It affects that pallet breaking thing too, where it puts your power on cooldown, which is another interesting way they decided to balance him, which I've heard some people suggest Blight should get it, which I actually fully agree with.
Me too.
I don't know about Nurse. I mean, I would be fine with Nurse getting it. I just don't think it does anything for Nurse.
Yeah, Nurse can just blink over pallets. There's no reason for her to have it.
I've heard some suggest Billy should get it. I don't know about that one because he doesn't have a cooldown, so I don't even know how that would work.
Yeah, I don't think that makes sense at all.
Um, and then I've heard Chucky should get it. I've heard that suggestion too. That's a that one's a tougher one because I don't think Chucky's is as egregious as the other killers.
Yeah, Chucky has a lot more limited mobility.
Plus, he can just scamper the pallet, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
The other one was
it's the same thing as Nurse,
yeah,
basically.
yeah.
Just pallets don't really matter as much as they do to like Kaneki, Blight, and Billy.
The other one
And even then,
was
Billy and Blight can both insta shred
yeah, that too.
the pallet.
Yeah, but that requires them to be in power, so they're all, well. Blight goes on cooldown. Billy doesn't because for some reason he doesn't have a cooldown.
Yeah,
Why doesn't Billy have a cooldown again?
don't know.
Oh wait, he did, and then we got rid of. I'm kidding. I'm not suggesting we bring back overheat. I'm just saying. Um.
Bring back overheat, keep overdrive, and add a third secret evil option.
I don't. Billy's a weird
Make
case.
the chainsaw green.
Make it green.
Green over green.
Yeah, if you charge it for like 20 seconds while it's in overdrive, it goes to green. You get mega overdrive,
Yep.
and then
And all it does is just make him scream different.
no, it makes low pro the old version of low pro base kit.
Oh my god.
Uh, but other than like all of that, because even the add-ons like Mask and Umbrella were probably the two that people complained about the most.
Yeah.
Umbrella was completely reworked, and Mask was technically reworked.
It's just barbecue.
Yeah, it's
just barbecue
it's just
now.
Barbecue now. I don't think it's bad at all either, though. I don't know why some people think it's bad now.
It's not bad. It's basically like having a fifth perk slot, except it just doesn't reveal the aura. It just makes him scream, so you know kind of where you can run to find people.
Which is normally enough for him. He can get over there so fast, anyways. It doesn't
Yeah.
that's more than enough information.
Mm-hmm.
But and then Umbrella changing, the rarities changing on a few of them. I'm surprised Centipede didn't get nerfed. Honestly, I think Centipede's probably one of the more slept on add-ons he can run.
Yeah, because it's basically just bamboozle.
Yeah, it's Bamboozle's an add-on, which
Like you can play Kaneki with 6 perks with his add-ons technically, with Yamori's Mask and Centipede being the 2 that you run, because then you get free barbecue and free bamboozle. You just have to be in your enrage mode.
which isn't that hard.
Not at all.
And then they nerfed the enrage time, which I don't think did anything. Maybe I'm dumb, and again, I don't use the enrage that often, so maybe I don't notice, but I don't think it did shit.
It didn't, because you can just chain your enrage, and then you have multiple survivors who have to mend.
Mm-hmm.
And then only after they finish mending does the enrage timer actually start to tick down. And then when it does, you can just remark them.
Mm-hmm.
Like it takes no like effort to actually get the mark. It's like the effort in Kaneki comes from trying to actually get the downs, and even then you can just kind of fly to them anyway.
Yeah, well, plus on top of that, it's like, okay, you're chasing a survivor, you hit them with the auto hit, you get enraged. They have to mend. You're chasing that survivor, so the counter isn't going down anyways. You hook the survivor, and if you're running any info perk, you then go to the next survivor and repeat the process.
Yeah.
At no point in any of those situations would you not be enraged.
Nope.
Like, so again,
Kaneki's just basically always enraged. I feel like if they wanted to remove enraged, they might as well just give him 3 leaps and then make the bite do something else. If they want to keep the bite.
Here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
This I don't know if this is a hot take or not, or like a genuine thing. Why does it deep wound you?
I couldn't say. I can only assume because he's like stabbing a giant tentacle in your back, and that's kind of like, that would do some, that would be a deep wound, probably. But in terms of like actual balance, I don't think it's required.
Because
like, I don't think he needed to deep wound.
Well, okay, and that brings in another part of the question that we kind of both just brought up. Why is the mark time tied to the deep wound?
I don't No.
So,
Like,
okay, because we both pretty much just said that if you're playing Kaneki correctly, or not even correctly, just if you're playing him decently, you're
mhm.
almost always enraged. And one of the big reasons for that is because the person you just hit to get enraged, you're currently chasing, so they can't get rid of the mark anyways.
Yeah.
If it wasn't tied to the deep wound, or let's say he didn't deep wound you at all, then you would be on a timer.
Yeah.
Would that, it wouldn't fix him because it's still 45, it's 45 seconds now, right? They've changed
Um,
it 3 times. I can't keep track.
it's let me find it. Uh, base it is 40 seconds,
Okay.
and with a perfectly timed grab, it's 50 seconds.
50 seconds. Okay, so let's just say 50 just to be generous. So you have 50
Yeah.
seconds of enraged.
Hmm.
I feel like that, like, I don't think that fixes him. And not that I necessarily think he's, like, as bad as some people make him out to be, personally. But I don't think that fixes him at all. But I think that might be a lever they could toggle that would help
Yeah.
a little bit.
I feel like what they could also do is make it so they're just flat out no deep wound from hitting them. Make it so that the countdown only starts if the chase ends.
That could be a way to do it as well.
And make it so that while you're enraged, you can go and like bite other survivors, but it will not restart the timer. As long as the survivor has a timer, that's the only timer you get. Once their timer runs out, that's when you can start a new enrage mode.
Do you, or hear me out, what if you can only bite when you're not enraged?
That would work too.
So
Yeah.
you get that enraged hit on the first survivor, they're deep wounded, they're marked. And now you have to make the decision to either keep chasing them, which would risk once you down them your timer going off, or let them run off and your timer starts to go down once they mend, but you can start using your 3 leaps to get to the other survivors easier.
Yeah. I could see that being like he's still definitely playable in that state. Like he's not completely gutted, and it makes it a little bit nicer feeling for survivors because then they now have more of an opportunity to avoid getting hit the first time,
Mm-hmm.
and then thus even more of an opportunity to avoid getting down while still keeping the killer's power in check the way it is currently
And it also,
without making him feel so much worse.
it would also lead to more skill expression from the macro and the micro, because the macro side of it, you're deciding who to deep wound, when, whether to stay in that chase or to go after other people. And on the
Mhm.
micro side of it, you're the everyone else you're chasing is it's a 2M1s from like the slides and whatever, not the auto hit.
Yeah.
Huh. Maybe
I feel like what we're talking about here would be a great way to change him.
well, again, like because I don't think his power is inherent. Like his power will always be good unless they completely gut the fucking thing.
Yeah.
Like it's always going to be good. It's mobility is king in this game for a reason,
Hmm.
right? It doesn't matter if it's like, even if it's clunky mobility, it's still always going to be good. The question becomes, how do we make that more of a resource for him to manage rather than just he always has it? Because I think that is part of the problem, on top of the auto hits being very frustrating to go against in general.
You could make it so if you down a survivor, the timer automatically ends. Like fully. Like you just lose enrage the moment you down a survivor, even if it's not the survivor you already have marked.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like you
I
get one down with your enrage mode, and then after that, you have to go restart your enraged.
I
That's a little bit more of like you're using it to get it down, and then once you get your down, you have to go get a new one.
I'm not the biggest fan of that one, but I could see it.
Mhm.
The reason I'm not the biggest fan of that is because it feels a little bit limiting if you have to slug.
Yeah. No, I don't think it would be a great idea. I'm just saying it's like
Yeah,
it's a possibility. Though I don't want them to do that because I feel like that would make him feel clunkier.
yeah.
Like
Well,
with the range that he already has, and that it would just feel really clunky to play.
yeah, and this was the issue Chucky ran into, has been running into for the past year or two, which is why I think Ken might go through the same process of a year of just constant changes. I think it might actually happen. We'll see as things progress, but because the problem with changing Chucky was because there were so many suggestions for like manual scamper and like how can we make it work? Oh, we do this, we do that, we do this, we do that. If they do this, then it's perfect. The problem with a lot of the change suggestions was it would have made Chucky feel clunky as it would have just made him feel super clunky. And that's the issue. I feel like again we mentioned it earlier with most of the changes that people want to make to the killer. Just feel like you're just going to make him feel worse to play.
Yeah, like he Kaneki needs changes. Like for without a doubt, he needs a lot of changes to make him feel a little bit more better to play as and against. But those changes need to be done carefully, so carefully.
Well, because the thing is, and to be fully transparent, the problem isn't that he's strong because Blight, other than Nurse, and that depends on who you ask, Blight and Billy, who are both for the most part considered S tier killers, a lot of people enjoy playing against them.
Mm-hmm.
They're very strong. It's just certain playstyles people don't like, but the killers as a whole, people really do enjoy. Kaneki doesn't really have that. He has a lot of frustrating pain points when playing against him. From the increased vault speed making some loops feel almost impossible, from the auto hit making the first hit just almost always a guarantee. I know it's not always, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it just feels frustrating from that aspect. On top of the fact that his mobility is so unconditional. And what I mean by that is that while you do have to have a grapple point, for the most part, there's almost always something to grapple to. And if you know what you're doing, you can utilize the slide to basically get across the map in like half a second.
Yep.
And I think that's the frustrating points is that this killer, and I was mentioning this with my Stabiffle build, was there is no downtime when you're playing this killer.
Not at all.
It's just
he's one of the most oppressive.
It's
if not the most oppressive.
It's chase to chase to chase, and that's why I think he's so fun to play. I don't think it's necessarily the cool plays or the mobility, or not the mobility. I don't think it's necessarily the cool plays you can do with him or the skill expression or like any of that. I really do think it comes down to the fact that he can just almost never has downtime.
Yeah. There's always something going on.
Yeah, it's not like
playing as and against.
It's not like Clown or Huntress or even like Deathslinger with the slowly walking around the map and the reloading and all of these, like, I have to set this up at this loop. It's just, again, it's chase to chase to chase. And once you're in chase, it's constant decision making on where am I going to slide from? Where am I going to pull myself to? Am I going to try to do the vaults over this pallet to maybe hit them on the cross? Am I going to mind game it halfway through because I can't make it to the other side? It's just a lot of that and decision making concept. It's part of the reason why I feel like the Freddy rework is so fun.
Yeah.
In a different way, to the extent of like he's not a mobility killer, but it's the constant decisions you're making at all times.
You have so much at your like disposal that you can use there that it always feels like there's something you can do in every situation. I can agree with that one.
Yeah, and similar to Ken, it's like he can teleport to gens, which isn't the same thing, or as how do I want to put this? It's not as useful as being able to just pull yourself anywhere on the map, but it still lets you get from chase to chase to chase if your macro sense is there.
Yeah, it gives you a lot more map control and just knowledge.
And that's something that Blight and Hillbilly also kind of share to a degree. And it's just, I think that's really the secret sauce to why he's so fun to play. Not necessarily, not to denounce the cool stuff you can do with him, but I've seen some Ken players. They're not all doing the cool shit. So
yeah, I feel like it is definitely his like ability to pull himself wherever he wants so quickly that gives him that fun feeling. But I also think the fact that there's all this cool, like, high skill ceiling stuff you can do with him, that just adds to it. That's like the cherry on top for him. You're not as limited. as it feels you are with other killers.
Yeah, it appeases both sides of the player base.
Mm-hmm.
The casual dad with 3 kids working 4 jobs with only 30 minutes to play every night, he can play Ken and do just fine.
Yep.
But also the no life doesn't touch grass streamer who plays the game religiously
Hi.
can can do like a bunch of cool stuff on Ken that makes him fun to play for them.
Yeah.
The problem is because both of those things are like intertwined together, it kind of makes it bad or feel bad to go against at times.
For sure.
And I think our idea of like not necessarily removing the deep wound, but like trying to adjust how often he can be enraged doesn't fully fix any of those problems. It helps alleviate it to a degree though, and I feel like it adds downtime to the killer in a way that wouldn't directly affect the killer, but more the survivors.
Yeah.
Because he can still get to that next chase and just get enraged again, but like he wouldn't be able to get there as fast as he can now.
Mm-hmm. I feel like it'd be a good change, but I do like the idea of there being a killer that you actually have to be like scared of.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Kaneki is a rare case where there are a lot of killers in this game that don't really feel like you should be scared of them in that match. Like when I go into a match against the Trapper, I'm not like, oh no, there's gonna be bear traps everywhere. It's more like, ugh, there's gonna be bear traps everywhere.
It's more annoyance and frustration rather than actual
Like,
like, oh
shoot,
shit.
there's a like cannibal monster with tendrils coming out of its back chasing me and it wants to eat me. It's like, oh no, there's just like little metal things I have to stare at the ground all day. Okay.
It's or Skull Merchant. Oh no, it's business lady.
Oh no. Oh no, I have to play Dance Dance Revolution.
I still they need to add that skill check to other things. I swear.
Yeah, I love it. I actually do hope they do more interesting skill check stuff.
I was talking to Pally about it. How would you feel if they added it to Trapper Traps?
Probably not that one specifically.
Why not that one?
See, the thing with like the drones is like you're hacking the drone, so it's supposed to be like you're inputting certain commands into the drone to make it disable.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like with Trapper Traps, there should be like its own kind of mini game, like maybe like Stardew fishing.
Like, did you have you played like old school Splinter Cell or anything like that?
No.
It'd be like a lockpick mini game from like Skyrim. It like zooms in on the trap. Behavior, hire me. Do it now.
Okay, I do really wish they do more stuff like that though. Like just dumb little mini games to go against certain killers. It would make it so much more interesting to go against Trapper if the mini game was like a lockpicking style mini game, or like tap to keep it in a circle so that you don't mess up.
Could you?
And then you can add a little bit more like dynamicness to stuff like that, where it's like depending on how well you did in that mini game, if you got like a medium score on the bear trap one, then yeah, you disarm it, but you also get injured or something like that. Like you can add so much more dynamicness and strength to weaker killers by doing stuff like that.
You could even do this to perks. Like, could you imagine if Overcharge had it? You kick a gen, and then you come over to the gen, and now the Skull Merchant skill check pops up instead of like a really like a quote difficult one pops up.
Yeah,
and then,
it's like everyone who plays DBD now, especially like at a certain level, they're not gonna like Overcharge is useless in a lot of cases. It's not gonna like that skill check's not gonna matter to most people.
Yeah, same with like Oppression does the same thing.
Yeah.
It's just like I feel like not just that specifically. Again, like we just joked about the lockpicking thing, but I mean, they could add something like it, like you said, the Stardew Valley fishing thing.
Yeah,
like I could see that. Like you kind of have to hold, let's say, space down and keep it within a bar, and then as you do that, the progress meter goes up, and then you get out.
Yeah, I do think that would unironically be a great design for any killer or perk. Like just adding more, like it adds freshness to each game. It makes it feel like not every killer is the same. because there's always going to be something new you have to like learn each time you go into a new match.
Yeah, and it also gets rid of muscle memory, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, it always feels like you're doing something different.
Yeah, and I mean, on the muscle memory thing, it's like if you don't play against Trapper that often, and if you're good at the game, you probably aren't playing against Trapper that often. Like you're that new mechanic of like trying to hold the spacebar, while not super difficult, is different enough that you might actually mess it up even as a good player because you're not used to it.
Yeah,
So like
and it's one of those things that's always going to be like a little bit more random, and it can like move around. Like they can make the bar move around on the screen, so you have to stay in it. You're not always going to have 100% accuracy on that because it's just randomly moving.
yeah, you can even have like add-ons that affect the size of the bar.
Yeah.
Like yeah, the behavior hire me.
Like if they did the thing that I just mentioned, like depending on how well you do in that special mini game skill check, you could either complete it completely unscathed, or depending on how much you messed up, you could get injured by still completing it but not doing as well. That can make more use to those add-ons that make the mini games harder to do.
Mm-hmm. You can even add this to things like pig traps too, as well.
Yeah, make it so it's like you actually have to get a key out of the box in the mini game.
I mean,
it's like a scavenger hunt mini game.
like we like the thing is, like, I know people complain about the Blood Moon event, but we have like I'm glad Behavior's trying stuff that it looks like that might get added to the base game to spice things up a little bit.
Yeah, I like the idea of the blood cans. It's just it didn't feel finished.
I feel like something they should have definitely done is that whichever pump you're at, that can only works on the farthest gen from it. I feel like that definitely should have been a 100% guaranteed thing they added to the mode.
The amount of times on RPG specifically that I found a blood gen that had a blood pump very literally 2 steps away from it made me so mad.
Because like they also need to give a reason for people to drop the cans more, because I feel like it didn't really matter.
I'm gonna send you a screenshot.
I think I've seen it. I think I saw you post it on. Did you post it on Twitter?
I'm pretty sure I did.
No, it wasn't this one I saw. It was the one in the lobby, but yeah.
Yeah.
What is this behavior? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? How does it have 0 progress? That's my next question.
It was at the beginning of the game.
Okay.
Quite literally, that was the beginning of the game, and it didn't have 0 progress. It was already 50% done. That was the first generator I went to. Yep.
Man, it's but to back to Ken's changes, by the way. So I told you we were gonna get tangential. The vault speed, though, I think this is the big thing that a lot of people do want nerfed, apart from what we've been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It should it go away, or should it just be a number thing? What do you think?
I think it. Because if I say it should go away, then that will then make it so that the playstyle that I find the most boring on Kaneki gets more popular, where it's just brutal strength, fire up, break the pallet, immediately grapple to people, which people already do. It'll just make it more popular than rather to play around the pallet with the vault or with your power. But on the other hand, I feel like it's too strong to keep, at least, the enraged modifier for it. Because when you're not enraged, you don't slide as fast at all. You slide pretty slow, and the Soraya gets a lot more distance they can make.
I didn't actually.
I feel like if they removed the enraged bonus, it would be fine. It just wouldn't be as viable, because that's what it was like in the PTB. The enraged modifier wasn't applying correctly, and it made it feel like it was really only useful on longer loops. So I feel like they could just remove the enrage modifier for it, and then call it a day.
Here's my question, and this goes back to the deep wound thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why does he get increased vault speed and enraged?
So I'm imagining enraged is based. It's supposed to reference something in the series called a Kakuja, which is a mutated version of the Kagane that comes out of his back. Usually it only happens when he feasts on like other ghouls. It's like a cannibalism mutation. It's either based on that or it's based on just the fact that he's going like hunger crazy. And it just kind of makes him a lot more agile. Because in Tokyo Ghoul, there's different kinds of Kagane that come out of each ghoul's back, and they kind of always modify how they are physically. And the Rinkaku, which is the type that Kaneki has, is very much a speedy but all-rounder type.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm imagining they kind of based it around that in terms of concept. So when he's enraged, he's a little like out of it, and he just becomes like a straight like killer. Like he is hungry, he wants to kill these people so he can feast. And so that ups his like drive, which makes him move faster, makes him move more. And that's why it's like he gets a third leap and stuff like that. And that's why I assume they made it so that he vaults faster as well. Because he's just that wanting to get to them.
I mean, like, I get it from a thematic perspective. From a gameplay side, it just seems so random to add in.
Yeah, I agree.
That's my thing. It's the same thing with the Deep Wound thing. It's like, from a theme perspective and from like a quote realistic perspective, I get it. But from a gameplay side, like, it just seems so randomly just there.
It definitely feels like something that was added more for the reference to source material rather than like actual thought into gameplay.
Mm-hmm. But
like, I do think they also may have added it just to give a little bit more to Enraged, because Enraged doesn't really add as much aside from the third leap.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's like, again, when I mentioned making it just a pure utility power, like, it also adds that aspect to it of, well, you also vault faster. So, like, he got that going for you, too.
Yeah.
So, like, I feel like that's part of the reason they did it, because I don't know if... This is a tricky one, too, for me, because I don't know if it should be removed or just lowered. Because I feel like both don't really solve the problem. Because if you remove it, then you're removing an entire aspect of the power, the whole point of being enraged. Which I actually think would make a lot of Kins do better if they'd stop going for enraged all the time. But you also remove some of the skill expression of knowing when to vault. Because that like, as much as people complain about, oh, well, he just scamper brains the pallets and whatever, gets the enraged speed boost over it, and then he just instantly downs me. So people complain about it. There is still some skill expression to knowing when to do it. Because there are some loops that it won't get you a hit.
Yeah, it just doesn't work on a lot of loops. Usually the longer loops. Or not sorry, not the longer loops, the shorter loops.
Yeah. The trash loops, like I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Yeah, just the fillers and all of that. Like, if it's on, like, Auto Haven and you have that dumpster loop, you're more than likely not going to get the hit if you do the vault on that one. But if it's on, like, a, just like a filler, like, double pallet that has one side already broken, it's like you're not going anywhere if he vaults.
Definitely didn't say that.
You don't really get anything off of that.
Definitely didn't say that because of the background footage.
No. Nope.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. And I think that's another... Again, we'll get into this with the tips to play against. I think it's the other problem Ken has, is that his counterplay is a little counterintuitive. This is a problem I mentioned earlier with Chucky. They had the same issue, where the counterplay was, don't drop pallets, use the crappy loops.
Yeah.
That was the counterplay. And it's just like, well, you don't do that against any other killer. Why should I have to do that against this one? Because it's different. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of so this is more of like just a, I guess, personal take. I don't know if you can consider it a hot take or not. I feel like a lot of the hate for Kaneki comes from people who just want to be able to hold W and win.
Oh, you mean the thing he completely counters?
Yeah. Like, there's so many people who just don't
loop.
They just try to run, and obviously against a killer whose power kind of excels in being able to cut off survivors from just areas, it doesn't work. You have to do something different. And I like the fact that survivors have to do something different because it adds variety. It makes you more skillful at the game
Yeah, but
if you are actually trying to do something different.
different is scary. Different is scary. People don't
It's a
like.
horror game. Just like Homer strangling Bart.
Different is scary. People don't like change. That's it. And again, like there are some complaints about Ken that like I completely agree with and understand, but some of them have been like
some of them are just kind of like noob takes.
it's like, oh, well, I can't run away from the loop against him. He just breaks the pallet. Actually loop him and make him have to break the pallet then. Don't just let him break it and run away.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you can't stop him from breaking it, but like you could punish him for doing it. And even if all you have is a window, on a lot of loops, that's more than enough. That's why I run bamboozle on him.
Yeah. The thing with the vault speed, I feel like they could make it more dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like they can make the vault speed dynamic depending on if you're on a pallet versus a window. Because if the increased window vault speed doesn't help as much as it does on a pallet, and that's just because a pallet covers a little bit, just a slight bit more ground. Windows aren't as easy like that, from what I've noticed. Because you can just immediately, like most windows are just on a flat wall, you can just immediately hug the wall and you get the slightest bit more distance, and that does help a lot on the survivor side against Kaneki.
Yeah, and again, like, I don't think this killer is unsalvageable in a way that like he can. I think there are ways to definitely nerf and change him in a way that would help the survivor frustrations with him without completely gutting him. It's just only a matter of time, and I hope the feedback the behavior gets is it's the proper
Positive.
Yeah, positive and the proper feedback.
Yeah, because there are definitely a lot of survivors who don't understand how they're supposed to play against him and want him changed accordingly because they don't understand it yet.
Now, the other thing with Ken that has been a problem for Dead by Daylight at the moment is I can you can double check this if you want, but is it 1/5? It's 20%, isn't it?
For what?
His play rate.
As of right now on Nightlight, last I heard, it was at 28%.
28. So he's in almost a third of games.
Let me see. Let me.
Because that is another
okay, not
issue.
Not 28. It is 25.63% according to Nightlight.
Okay.
It's with a 61% kill rate.
Highest it's ever been, by the way. Wesker peaked at 22, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the highest pick rate killer of all time.
Yeah.
Which is, I again, much like when Wesker came out, this is behavior suffering from success. Because this leads into the other criticism people have for Ken, and that's that he's in every match. Which
I feel like that's just it's kind of just gonna be something that changes with time. He's new, he's fun, he's the first anime chapter. Everyone's gonna be like excited to play him. People are gonna fall out of love with him. People are gonna fall off of playing him. Like they did with Wesker. Wesker did get quite a few changes since his release. I'm sure Kaneki will as well.
So
for the people who are like concerned about Kaneki being overplayed, I would say just like give it time. It'll fall off eventually.
Here's the question though. What if it doesn't?
More anime chapters. Yippee. I'm joking.
But seriously though, if it doesn't, the question becomes, is it a problem still? Is it an issue that there's a killer in the game that is in almost a third of every match? Is that an issue?
Yes. I think it's an issue only because there is so much content in Dead by Daylight that deserves to be played more.
So,
and in terms of like survivor variety, like a variety of who you're going against as Survivor is what I mean by that.
Right.
It's not new for good. It's not good for new players who want to like actually understand the game because they're only going to be going against Ghoul. It's not good for older players who just want to play DBD, not Ghoul Simulator. It's not good for new chapters if no one's going to be playing the new killers because everyone's playing Kaneki. And it just makes it does make it feel a little bit more like redundant, repetitive.
So the question there is, let's say in theory it does stay. Let's say for whatever reason Springtrap flops and Ken stays at almost a 30% pick rate. Let's say that happens. Should he be nerfed alone because of his pick rate?
Maybe. I don't ever think that like nerfing a character because of pick rate is really a good idea unless the reason that their pick rate is like that is solely because they're strong, not fun. Which Kaneki is fun, but he is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
And if everyone's playing him only because he's strong, then that is when it's an issue.
But I don't think they are. That's the thing. I know some people would disagree with that, but I genuinely don't think it's because he's strong. I think that's a bonus for them.
Mm-hmm.
But I think I assume you play Marvel Rivals, considering you mentioned Spider-Man earlier.
On and off, but yeah. I am a Spider-Man main in Rivals.
Oh, yeah. What a shocker. But
Yeah.
I think Spider-Man's a good example of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people who one-trick Spider-Man, not necessarily because he's good, but because he's fun.
Yeah. I remember when Rivals came out, people were saying Spider-Man was like a troll pick. And now, like, I don't play as often as I used to when that was, like, the case. But now everyone's saying, like, he's OP, he needs nerfs, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's because people finally started getting good with him.
People finally started getting good with him, and, like, people understand him better. People understand what he's capable of, and at the same time, he's fun. It's just he has a very high skill ceiling while still being fun. Similarly to Kaneki.
And again, like, it leads into a question again, though, of if a kill, like, because I don't like using pick rates either for like necessarily. I think they're a good metric to start at. But again, the question becomes, if Ken does stay where he is at 30% pick rate because he's so fun to play, or even because he's so strong, do we nerf him, or do we try to make the other killers to a point to where they are also as fun to play as him, even with how subjective that is?
I would like to believe we could have a version of Dead by Daylight someday where every killer feels fun to play.
Oh,
despite that being a very subjective idea.
As if that'll never happen. Skull Merchant exists.
Yeah.
That'll never happen.
Yeah. Though I would, like, it is something to be dreamed of. Like, a game where every killer feels as fun to play as, like, Ghoul or Wesker or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Just because they are. Like, there should be a killer that there should be killers that larger groups of people can all collectively enjoy in the same way as Kaneki. Like, every killer should have a way designed for them that makes them fun to play and easier to play for, as you said, like, the dad who only gets like 30 minutes to play and the no life streamer who has a little bit more knowledge and ways to go about playing each killer.
You said you're a fan of FNAF, right? Maybe not a fan, but you're aware of it.
No, I'm a fan of it.
Okay,
it was my other dream chapter besides Tokyo Ghoul.
It was my other dream chapter besides Chucky, so I guess we're both in good straits. So my fear with Springtrap, because, okay, I'm going to talk about leaks, something I never do on here. I'm going to talk about leaks real quick. it has been almost completely confirmed that the leaks that the quote leaks that have been going around of Springtrap are red herring leaks.
Oh, like the Fire Axe one?
Yeah, that they're all.
Thank God.
Yeah, so it's been pretty much confirmed by some pretty reputable leakers that it was a red herring leak. The behavior let out on purpose to keep the hype alive,
Okay.
which is really a weird move that can't be proven. By the way, behavior hasn't said it because they never will. But from what I understand, anyways, before I dig my grave here, they pretty much they're red herring leaks. So the whatever you've seen about him like throwing a fire axe and pulling people to him, as far as I'm aware, have been confirmed to not be true.
I'm glad about that because that feels like it would not be good representation of
Well, and that's my fear about the FNAF chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know about you, but good representation of that chapter is going to be a killer that is not going to be enjoyed, like a very enjoyable killer to play for most of the player base.
Yeah.
Because when I think FNAF, I think stealth and management and macro gameplay, which is scary macro gameplay. And that's the thing with this, because that's why I was saying, what if Springtrap doesn't fix the Ken being played all the time problem?
I feel like at least temporarily he will, just because,
New killer. Yeah, new popular killer.
New killer who's popular and is one of the most requested characters of this game's lifespan ever.
But
it does definitely rely on like his power or just how fun he is to play on if he kind of dethrones Ghoul or whatever changes they make to Ghoul that make him feel a little less. I don't want to say less fun. I hope they don't make him less fun. Well,
but again, that's part of the problem, isn't it? It's not me saying we should make him less fun, but his pick rate is as high as it is partly because of how fun he is.
Yeah.
And
it's hard to really like think of a valid answer to this.
Yeah,
because it's like you never want to make something less fun in a game. Games are meant to be fun.
Right.
But at the same time, it's like
he can't be in 30. Yeah, he can't be in 30% of games.
Yeah. And I feel like he won't be. I do feel like it's still like popularity bias and like people having fun with him now. People are going to get sick of it eventually.
Right. And I do let me reframe this. I do agree and believe that will happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking doom and gloom, like worst case scenario. What if it,
like worst case scenario, everyone gets like hypnotized to play Kaneki forever?
Yes.
Yeah. I definitely do. Like, that's definitely a fear that kind of stuff happens, but hopefully it doesn't.
Well, because even Chucky kind of had this problem too. Like I mentioned earlier, to make this my bias, he was at like a 5% pick rate for most of his life until the changes in November. No. No, it was 5%, and then it went down to 3.5% after Scamper got removed.
Mm-hmm.
And then it went down by 50%. So it went from 3.5 to 1. Like I think it was 1.8 after the changes in November. I haven't checked it recently, but yeah.
Yeah.
So and that one I feel was definitely a strength problem, not necessarily a fun problem, but. Again, like it does bring into question. It's probably something behavior is talking about right now in the back rooms, right?
Probably.
Because what is the solution? Because again, like I'm fine with him being strong, right? And I don't even think he's like. I don't think he's S tier. I know that might be a hot take. I think he's literally top of A tier, though. I think he's the highest A tier in the game.
A tier, like top of A tier, if not like
bottom,
the middle of A tier.
Yeah,
I would not say he's S tier. He has a little bit more counterplay than Blight and Nurse do, in my opinion.
It's not even just that. I think for me, it's because again, if you're playing against him correctly, you can basically loop him like a normal killer.
Yeah.
Like, there's ways to not necessarily turn off his power, but make his power less oppressive.
Oppressive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, so I think that's why, because it's not like Nurse, right? The counterplay to Nurse is lose line of sight and make it so she has to guess.
Hmm.
With Ghoul, it's just loop him.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, breaking line of sight does help,
right.
but if he's good at predicting, it's like, it's the same thing as like if a nurse is good with predicting. He's just gonna be able to cut you off. It's just nurse doesn't cut you off. She just teleports to your back and then slaps you.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where like I don't. It's the same problem with certain perks in the game. Like Windows Opportunity, I think, is a good example of this. This is not me advocating for a Windows nerf before someone says anything. However, Windows Opportunity is the most picked survivor perk in the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, from a variety perspective, should it be changed so people pick other perks, or is it fine that it's in 90% of matches?
I think for what it does and the fact that it's picked that highly, I think it's fine if it stays the way it is, but there's definitely a reason it's picked. I don't think Windows of Opportunity is necessarily picked for the fact that it's fun.
No. I 100% agree. It's picked because the information is really useful for both a new and a veteran player.
Yeah. And like I'm also not saying Windows should get nerfed, but I do definitely feel like it's one of those perks that is like it.
Well,
That's a bad comparison. I was gonna say it's like how NoEd feels for killers, but also it's not really. It's just more of like you get free information,
mm-hmm.
but in a way, because all of that's at your disposal, you think of it less carefully.
It's the way I like to compare it is because people Pain Resonance has been through the fucking ringer over the past few years since its release. And
Yeah.
part of the reasoning behavior was nerfing it as much as they were, same with Papa Goes the Weasel, is because of its high pick rate. It wasn't even necessarily because it was good. Now, that's not me saying Pain Res didn't deserve its first set of nerfs. I'm not saying that at all. It probably did through its first sets. But part of the reason they did it was because of the high pick rate. And while I don't fully agree with that, I do understand it.
Yeah. Like high pick rate, I don't think should ever be like a flat reason to nerf something.
No,
But
but
it also
it
does help understand why it could be nerfed.
But it also shows issues, though, right? Windows of Opportunity, and I
Yeah.
think is a good example, right? It's like I said, I don't know what the exact pick rate is. I was just saying 90, but it's in a lot of games. A lot of survivors run it.
Yeah.
I have anecdotal evidence, and there's numbers to back it up. But the question then becomes, okay, why is it picked so much? And how do we fix that? And the reason it's picked so much is because of solo queue mostly, but not only solo queue. Some people run it in Swifts for information to give to their teammates, but it's because of the RNGs of the maps. And there's no fixing that, realistically speaking, in a way that would be good. So, and same thing with like Pain Resonance. Why was Pain Resonance picked so much? The reason Pain Resonant was and still is picked so much as it is, not only was it a decent regression perk and one of the best at one point, it works on every killer.
Yeah, because it's not like related to M1 or special attacks. It's just hooking a survivor.
Yeah, it's just
doing your objective.
Yeah,
rewards you
exactly.
Which I think is a good design. It was definitely a little bit too good when it released.
Well, it's the same thing with Pop, right? Pop has the problem right now because Pop I actually think is okay. It's not nearly as good as it used to be. Don't get me wrong. And it's not like I don't think it's one of the best regression perks in the game. I still think Pain Res steals that slot as much as people will fight me on that. But Pop Goes the Weasel, the problem it has at the moment is that because of what it does and how it works, not every killer can run it. Right? Or it's not worth running on a lot of killers. Ken can run it because he can get around the map. But Sadako can run it because she can teleport to gens. Freddy can run it because he can teleport to gens. Right? but like
Yep.
Clown can't really run it. I mean,
He can
he
try to
can.
jog over there.
Yeah, he can, but like, is it worth running all the way over to the gen, kick it, only for it to lose 20% of its current progress, not total, current
Mhm.
progress, and then go find a chase? What if he gets interrupted in the middle of that? Then it was the dead perk anyways. It didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Ken can just basically teleport over to the gen, kick it, and then immediately get into another chase.
Yeah.
So, like again, Pain Res is another one that like kind of shows the issues of perk design on killer side, of how a lot of them, the problem isn't necessarily that they're bad, it's that some killers, not even some, but a lot of killers have to go out of their way to get use out of it. And that's not even counting the conditional side of it only really being worth it on gens that are like over 60% complete.
Yeah.
And again, like it just it leads into the conversation of whether pick rate should ever be in the conversation when we're talking about changing things. Because I think Ken is kind of bringing this more to light. Because let's say they do nerf him in any ways we suggested, or the rest of the community suggested,
Mhm.
and they do it in a way where it doesn't affect like his play style or like how fun he is to play. Would his pick rate be affected? And if not, then we have a whole other problem.
I feel like his pick rate would be slightly affected if it's something that doesn't really like hinder the fun
Mm-hmm.
of his, like, assuming that everyone's playing him because he's fun and not because he's strong or whatever. It would probably affect him minimally by the small amount of people that are playing him due to his strength instead of his power, or instead of his fun.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as he like stays fun, he's gonna have that high pick rate until people get sick of it, or until like until like something power creeps him, or until some new survivor perk comes out that like completely counters him, that everyone starts running
What do you
because it
mean?
counters like a bunch of other killers.
What do you mean? Made for
But
this?
like,
Made for this counters totally counters him.
oh yeah, yeah, without a doubt.
You know what's
Hmm.
funny about that though? It kind of ties into the whole pick rate thing.
Hmm.
Everyone's running made for this at the moment. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people are running made for this to counter Ken because he's in like every other match.
Yeah.
What happens when he stops being in every other match?
Uh,
Then you can't say that's a counter to him because you can't bring it in every match.
I feel like.
You know how I know this, by the way?
Hmm.
I've been playing Unenraged Ken.
Hmm.
Do you know how many people get salty at the end of the match because they got no use out of made for this?
So many, I can
A,
only
a
imagine.
lot do.
It's funny because like. I know a lot of people are just bringing MFT because they're sick of playing against Kaneki every match.
Mm-hmm.
And it like quote unquote helps. But at the same time, I feel like you can't rely on perks like that to learn how to go against a killer.
Well,
Like eventually, not everyone's going to be playing Kaneki, and eventually MFT is going to be a lot more useless.
exactly.
And
Yeah.
then you're gonna go against Kaneki, and you're not gonna have MFT. So, like, what's the point of running it now if you're probably not going to be running it later?
Well, if anything, I do appreciate the people who've been bringing Dead Hard with it, which is really funny to me that people are bringing Dead Hard even with how common
It makes
Ken
it work
is.
against more killers, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's why people are doing it. And I think people are starting to realize that MFT is still good. You just can't get it for free all the time.
Like how you used to.
Yeah, I feel bad for Legion and Deathslinger though.
Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about this entire time. Like, dang, the killers who apply deep wound but don't get that same amount of mobility that Kaneki has kind of get screwed over by the fact that MFT is deep wound related.
Deathslinger doesn't get affected as much because he has a gun, but Legion definitely does.
Yeah, for sure.
The argument for Legion is that you're usually not chasing the person with deep wound. That's the typical argument, but that's not
Hmm.
always the case. So it's a weird thing.
Yeah.
It I'm gonna move on from this. We'll probably get back to this a little bit later because we've been on it for a while. But
Mhm.
I do want to move on to his teachable perks because I do think they are interesting. And again,
Oh
this
yeah.
is something that most people don't talk about with killer releases, apart from like day one is the teachables. But Kin came with Forever Entwined, the in-game one I forget the name of.
Uh, wait, the end game one? No, none are free.
None are free, and
Nothing but misery.
Nothing but misery.
Hex, nothing but misery.
Yeah, Hex does nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Hex, nothing.
I'm surprised it didn't get buffed, if I'm perfectly honest. I would be scared to buff it, though, which we'll get into here in a second. So, what I want to talk about the most is Forever Entwined, because I actually do think this is a pretty decent perk, and I made a tweet about
It's
it.
my favorite perk to run right now.
Yeah, I made a tweet about it the other day. It's becoming one of my favorite perks in the game, which is
Yeah.
so odd because when you really look at the numbers and look at footage, you barely notice it's doing anything. But the feeling of using it is so addictive. It's so
It is.
good.
It's like how I feel old Save the Best for Last used to feel. Except for
Yeah.
picking up.
It,
And I love it.
Even the hook speed feels so good.
It just feels like you're able to get back into the game a little bit better.
And
It's not even that strong. It just feels nice.
and the fact that you gain the stacks from any injure, M1 or M2, means that any killer can run it, which is great. I don't think every perk
Yep.
should be like that. I do like that
Not at all.
I do like that as a balancing mechanism for perks, but for this one in particular, I love that it's any injure. I can run it on Chucky, I can run it on Huntress, Trickster.
Yeah.
I actually I need to test it on Trickster. I don't know if anyone has yet. Because Trickster
I
has
feel like it would work pretty well.
well, no, Trickster has a lot of weird interactions with stuff like that. Because do you know how Save the Best for Last works on Trickster?
No.
He loses a stack for every knife that hits the obsession.
Oh.
So I'd be curious. And Deathslinger does the same thing. He loses a stack when the spear hits and the injure that follows.
I kind of want to hop in a custom and test that at some point.
Could you imagine if Trickster
really funny?
If Trickster gets
You
forever
have to use 8
entwined?
knives to down anyway.
Yeah.
So if you're just hitting 8 knives, you immediately have maxed out Forever Entwined.
I have a feeling doesn't work that way. I would hope they thought that through, but I mean, again, they didn't with save, so who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
It's again like, but I think that perk is perfect. The one caveat to it is the fact that it is capped with with the pickup speed from fire up. However, I think there's a reason for that. I think it's part of the reason I kind of liked the Hinder Haste changes, which as of recording have been changed. They're not going through with that.
Yeah.
Which I've gotten into a couple arguments today about that. But I'm fine with it because I feel like it's one of those things where I feel it might break the game. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You can go
Just
ahead.
1 sec, sorry.
Yeah, you can go ahead. You're good. We're in a brief intermission, chat. Let me get rid of these bots, by the way. Beyond. I already banned you. Also, to those new to chat, by the way, I'm sorry I'm not really interacting with it. This is mostly just a recording thing, just so it's easier for me to look back at later. Basically, I just do this so like there's no technical issues with my recording software and stuff. Ugh. People on my Twitter are debating if Gen 7 is a good generation of Pokemon. I don't know how to take this, chat. Ugh.
Okay,
Okay. All right.
I'm here.
Hooray.
Hello.
Hello. What was I? Oh, Forever Entwined. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a good it's just a good all around perk. Like
Yeah, it's just one of those perks that doesn't really affect the game too much. Like it'll stop, like after you get 8 stacks, it stops most flashlight saves from happening.
mm,
Um, it just makes it feel like you can get back into the action of playing after carrying a survivor a lot faster. Even though it's like such a subtle difference, it feels amazing.
also it makes locker grabs faster.
Does it?
Yes, this has been confirmed. It makes locker grabs faster.
I wonder what it looks like with Iron Maiden.
I didn't even think about combining the two. I'd have to test that in a custom because it does happen in a normal match, but not that often.
Yeah.
I wonder if it affects Dredge. Huh.
Ooh. I feel like that's more like a power animation rather than a grab, though.
Does Iron Maiden affect Dredge when he does it?
I don't know.
I never really thought about it. Does Iron Maiden affect Dredge coming out of a locker?
I have no idea, but that just makes me want to run Dredge with only Iron Maiden and then running the Iron Maiden skin.
There we go. Jesus Christ.
And then changing my Steam name to Iron Maiden.
And then it's like all the Sable mains I see with like the goonerest names I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I don't hate Sable mains. I hate Sable. I will make that clear, but you know, uh, the other two perks though, these are okay. I'll start with the good one first, or the better one. What is it called again? The in-game one?
None are free.
None are free. It's interesting. I like the concept.
Yeah.
That's really all I can say about it. I like the idea that you have to hook multiple survivors, much like No Way Out. I like having another.
It's No Way Out for loops, but I don't know, at the end game, it just feels like most of those loops are going to be used already.
You think that? I have been running it a bit on Chucky for in game, and it's hilarious. It is the funniest thing. Because like someone will activate No Way Out, I'll run over to the door, they'll be over there, they'll start running away, and then they'll like I don't know if they're running windows or whatever, but they'll instinctually like run towards where any pallets are up, and then you can't see it because of the video game animations, but you can feel that moment of oh shit. I don't know. I like the idea of killers having like trap card perks. It's interesting, and we don't get very many of them, so like I'll take it. No notes really on it. I don't think it needs to change or anything. I think it's fine for the niche it fulfills. But yeah, you are right. But it also does block windows too, so like that's not nothing.
Oh yeah.
And if you
Like,
want it, go ahead.
It's definitely like it feels good. It sounds good, but I don't feel like it's worth using.
No, like there's actually a meme build I want to try with it. With claustrophobia, I think that's what or cruel limits, whatever it's called now. Claustrophobia, blood favor, crowd control, and then that. I want to see how fucking annoying that would be to play against. It probably wouldn't win much, but like.
Nah, I feel like you could get some pretty solid wins with that, just because survivors don't have loops.
So
the counterplay to Kaneki is actually using your loops, except
have you tried
no loops?
Have you tried claustrophobia / cruel limits on him?
I have not.
I wonder if it would be any good.
Probably. I mean, I've tried the Trickster Hex that I forget the name of.
Crowd control.
Crowd Control. Yes,
Yeah.
I've tried that one on him. That one's pretty good. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, Blood Favor's decent on him
Um,
too because of the free injure.
yeah.
Also, to clarify, anytime I say free injure, I'm being hyperbolic. I know it's not necessarily free.
It's kind of free sometimes
Yeah,
though. It's a little bit.
uh,
It's like free, but like 99 cents.
yeah, it's Dollar Tree, right? Everything's $1, but there's also tax,
Yeah.
Um, yeah, honestly, just no notes on the perk. I don't think it needs to be changed at all. I think it does. Again, it does its job.
It fits its niche.
Now, the other one, Hex Nothing But Misery. So this is a more
Uh-oh.
complicated one.
Yeah.
So, first off, pros. I like that it's a hex that doesn't start lit. I'm glad Behavior is doing this with more hexes.
Have they released any hexes that start lit since Chucky?
I don't believe. No, Pinhead.
Since Pinhead,
No,
sorry. Yes.
yeah, Pinhead, because Knight didn't have one either. Knight's was after an injure.
Yep.
Also, KMD, thank you for the raid. Sorry if we're in the middle of something. But yeah, Knights doesn't start till you're injured. 2 can play is after 2 stuns. Pentimento is after 1 has been cleansed. Am I missing one? I feel like there was another one.
Maybe just nothing but misery.
Yeah, but the thing is, I do like that. I like this design philosophy to a point to where I've mentioned it so many times. I wish they would go back to the other hexes and make them like this.
Yeah,
almost.
I fully agree. I was talking about that with a friend too. Like, I feel like you could make it so Devour Hope doesn't light until you get the 2 tokens.
1.
You can make it so
just make it 1.
Or just 1. Yeah, that's fair. Crowd Control doesn't light until someone vaults something.
Yeah. Blood Favor doesn't activate
Blood
until
Favor
you
doesn't light until you injure somebody.
Yeah.
Haunted Ground. I feel like
Haunted is the one monkey wrench, and I have a solution for it. Just make it a timer.
Ooh, I like that.
Just make it so it doesn't light until 30 seconds into the match or something.
Because then you can kind of try and pull off something to make it look like it's a different perk that you're building up.
Yeah.
And then they go to cleanse it, and it's not that perk. Okay, I like the timer idea, actually. I love that.
The only other one that might be an issue would be Retribution, but my suggestion for that is if they touch a totem. Then it lights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then
I could see that working.
And then Undying only lights when another hex lights.
How do you make Ruin activate? Just when a Survivor lets go of a gen?
Yeah, when a Survivor lets go of a gen, it starts regressing.
Okay.
Yeah, just make it so they can't touch the totem at the beginning of the match. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because again, I think it fixes the big problem hexes have. I'm not saying they shouldn't have any risk to them, but because a lot of them do have very powerful effects, some more than others. Huntress Lullaby.
It just feels awful loading into a match, and then
your Devour Hope is gone in 10 seconds, and there's nothing you can do about it.
If you're running a hex build, half of your build's dead.
Yeah, well, it's not even just that. It's like I was doing. I was trying out Monstrous Shrine this week to see how good it could be. By the way, it's not good.
Yeah,
the stars have to align for things to be good. Anyways, someone suggested I run Third Seal with it today.
Yeah,
and I did that, and it was interesting. But I was like, okay, well, I'm only running Third Seal, so I need something to defend that totem. So I was running Dominance with it. But once. And Dominance does do other things once the totems are gone, but once the totem's gone, I half of my build, like you said, is nothing. I just don't have half my build.
Yeah. During the Blood Moon, I was like, oh dang, I can't run any kind of regression. Maybe I can try a hex build with. That's why I was running crowd controls, because I was trying a more hex focused build, because they're going to be doing the blood gens and all that. But even then, it's just totems don't take any time to cleanse, and there's no you just hold M1 on it until it's gone. There's no skill checks or anything, so they were just 9 games out of 10. It felt like my totems were gone, my build was gone by my first chase.
You can run through all the hunt.
That's true, but then I'm using even more perks.
Exactly. That's the thing. Like a totem build seemed like an all or nothing kind of thing.
That's true.
But like, but speaking of perks that don't do much or hexes that don't do much, nothing but misery. While its condition is fine, because it's 8 hits, right? Or
It's 8 hits, but it doesn't trigger until your 9th hit.
Oh, right. It doesn't trigger
Like,
it doesn't trigger on the 8th hit.
Nope. It's 8 hits, and then it lights the totem, and then your 9th hit is what does the hindered.
Okay, that's so dumb. Wow. Okay, it's worse than I thought it was. Okay. First off, that should probably change. Second off, it's basic attacks also, so M2s can't even use it, which I think is fine. And the 5% hinder doesn't do much. I think someone's done the math. It saves you like a second, if that.
Mm-hmm.
And and I'm fine with perks that are only good on like a few killers. I'm fine with that. I actually prefer that, to be honest. But even the killers that can use this hex quote well would be better off running literally anything else. And I think that's part of the problem. It's just like, I don't like, my suggestion has been to lower it to 5 hits from 8.
Yeah.
Because I think that's more than fair, again, considering only M1 killers can use it properly.
Wait, for nothing but misery?
Yeah.
Do you mean from 8 hits to 5? Because you said from 5.
Yeah. I'm sorry, from 8 hits to 5. I think that like helps it a little bit. It also would mean, because the problem with the 8 hits and that you just told me that it works this way would mean, because that means, in theory, if things go the way they're supposed to, that would be your 4th down, and then you'd get it in your next chase.
Yep.
If it's the 5 hits, it would be your 3rd chase after the 1st hit. No, it wouldn't, because if it activates when the hex goes off, the hinder would happen on the down. Fuck.
This perk's unsavable.
Oh my god. Because I don't want to make it 4, because that seems like way too little. Is it though?
No, I don't think so. If you put it down to 4, then it's on your 3rd chase. It starts to come into effect, and then they can just cleanse it. Like, 3rd chase is still early game for Kaneki, especially.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we're not specifically talking about Kaneki, this is his perk.
Well, even Kaneki, it would actually not be his 3rd chase if you get enraged on the first one.
That's true. It'd probably be twice that, because you're not getting the M1. Unless you're playing non-enraged Kaneki.
Yeah, unless you're an insane person like me. But that's the thing. Like this, I don't know how to say this perk without making it. It's the same problem like the new version of Knockout has, right? Like, I actually don't think it's that bad of a perk, but I also don't think it's super good enough to run most of the time.
Yeah.
But I'm also scared to buff it. Because buffing anything that causes hinder is that's a tightrope.
Mm-hmm.
And I again, with it being a hex though, I kind of think it's warranted to buff it. And the fact that it takes 8 hits, like if we keep it at that. Like,
yeah, you'd think it taking technically 9 hits to come into play, and it being permanently cleansable, you'd think it would be more than 5%.
Can it relight? Do you know?
I have the page open. It doesn't say it can relight. But
you know,
I haven't ran it.
Yeah, you know, 2 can relight, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do know 2 can relight.
Yeah.
Let me see what the wiki says about 2 can play real quick.
Yeah, does 2 can say it can relight? Because I didn't know that for a while either. I know a lot of people didn't. Because no one was running it. It's the main reason.
So 2 can play specifically says, if there is not yet a hex totem already associated with hex 2 can play, and there is at least 1 dull totem remaining in the trial grounds, hex 2 can play activates on a random totem. Whereas dumb stupid perk, where is it? Hello? Nothing but misery.
You can just call it nothing. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, hex nothing. It just says after damaging survivors a total of 8 times with basic attacks, a random dull totem becomes a hex totem.
Okay, so
That's it.
It can't relight, at least
So
as far as we know, it can't relight.
As far as we know, it's implied based on previous context or previous implication with Chucky's. It cannot relight, but we can probably test that at some point.
Would that be a problem if it can? Because I don't think it would be.
No, it's still 5% hindered.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
Because
oh no, I'm slightly slower.
Again, like, I don't think we can buff the hinder either. Maybe, you know what? Maybe we can.
I think you can.
Yeah, the reason I say that...
It's a hex totem.
Yeah, well, not only is it a hex totem, but also because, like, the changes they just went back on, but are still buffing the haste perks.
Are they actually still keeping the buffs?
Everything but Champion of Light.
Oh.
They said Champion of Light is getting a different change.
They just rework it into something completely different, imagine.
Well, my best guess is they're going to make it like its own separate ability. So maybe that's what they're going to... I hope they don't screw it. Champion of Light's my favorite perk in the game. I hope they don't mess it up. I was so excited for that buff.
Yeah, I don't like that they went back on that change. I kind of liked the idea that I wouldn't have to deal with, like... Why am I getting so many unknown callers today? I wouldn't have to deal with, like, Hope MFT in endgame, just because, like, that's a perk combo I find annoying playing Kaneki. Because at one point, it felt like a survivor was, like, genuinely walking faster than me with that.
For me, I think my main thing with it was I would rather a perk be able to be buffed to a point that I can throw it on any build than needing to build an entire thing around it.
Yeah, it makes it so that so that perks can actually be used on their own without feeling like they need to be brought with something.
I'm fine with some perks being like... And no, well, the thing is, I'm fine with some perks being that way, you know? Like,
yeah, but there's a lot of haste perks that are like that. Like, to the point where it's just kind of monotonous a little bit.
Well, because even looking over it, because I made the tweet about it last night, the only haste perks on killer side I could think of that, like, actually that they didn't touch that might have needed to be buffed after this change was rapid, batteries, and play with your food, maybe. Someone brought up a game of foot whenever I brought that up. Maybe I'm a dum-dum, but I forget it even has the haste effect, and 2, that's not what I use it for, personally.
Yeah.
I use it to swap obsessions. That's what I thought the main point of the perk was. The haste just kind of seems slapped on for no reason, to be honest.
Yeah.
But, like, even on Survivor side, the only 2 I could think of that needed a buff after that change was Blood Pack and Power of 2. Every other haste perk is fine.
Yeah.
So I don't know what people are talking about with, like, these builds that, like, are stacking stuff other than, like, specific killer things like Clown and I guess Singularity.
I do feel like, because the way I heard it was working, because I didn't test it because I don't play Clown and I very rarely play Singularity, is that I heard it was that the power didn't stack with the perks, or the power was stacking with perks, and that was making it so that any perks that increased haste on killer just didn't work on those killers. So
the way it worked was it was whichever haste effect was the most. So if you ran, just what it would. Yeah, so if you ran Rapid Brutality on Singularity, because he gets a 3% when he teleports to you, it would only give you the 5% from Rapid, because it's the higher amount. It wouldn't give you 8. But, I mean, I would be fine if it's still stacked with killer powers. I don't know what the coding would look like for that, but, like, I'd be fine with that, but I also don't think it's a deal breaker for me, personally.
Yeah. I feel like it should. I feel like there shouldn't be. I feel like perks shouldn't overwrite stuff that's applied from powers generally. Though I do agree, like, it wouldn't necessarily be a deal breaker.
Well, because the other thing with it too is, like, okay, let's say this change did affect Clown, like, disproportionately to the other killers because of he tends to run some haste perks. Well, then we can buff Clown.
Yeah.
That That's the way I'm looking at it. Like,
Yeah, you just if they're buffing haste from perks, they could also buff haste in killers
yeah,
if they're not going to make them stackable.
yeah, from add-ons and stuff like that, and again, like there's some perks that like play with your food was a good example I brought up. It's like, does play with your food really need a buff to the numbers, anyways? Because I don't think it does.
Not really.
Even if it
No, not
couldn't
really.
stack, I don't think it does.
Yeah, I think play with your food is honestly in a fine spot right now. I don't think that one would have needed a change.
And like same with like rapid was another weird one. Like I could see it going up to maybe 7%, but I don't think it necessarily needs it. I think it's fine. I run rapid on its own all the time.
Yeah.
It does its job. I think it's perfectly serviceable, okay, on its own.
Yeah, I like rapid a lot too.
Because again, that's the issue with it, is that it leads to problems of whenever you make something that applies haste, you have to think about how it affects or how it works with every other haste thing. When you make it non-stackable, you don't have to worry about that anymore, and you can make it as strong or weak as you need to.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if behavior went back, I'm not going to like lose sleep over them changing it back. I think,
It's just like nothing's gonna have to really change in the update.
Yeah,
and that's kind of it. It's just whatever. It's a cool idea, but if they're not going through with it, they're not going through with it.
Yeah, I just think that maybe I don't know. I think for the long term it would have been better. That's all.
Yeah.
Because I would have loved to have seen maybe Clown's haste get buffed, but now we can't really do that. Because of the possibility of all of that. Because it's like Vault Speed's another weird one. I would love for Dark Arrogance to get buffed, but it can't. It can't. You can't buff it because it stacks with every Vault perk.
it would just make it like an instant, like a one frame vault at that point.
You just teleport through the window.
I love turbo vault builds so much. Like that's kind of when I play Singularity, or even like Xenomorph is just like I'll play them with turbo vaults, just because it's so funny just watching the animation be 0.3 seconds long.
You could also like I guess make certain perks not stack, but that leads to a clarity issue.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, well, why doesn't this one stack? Well, it's because the number is like triple everything else. But then again, they did that with Fire Up and Forever Entwined, so I guess maybe it is possible. You could put a cap on it. I'd be fine with a cap, maybe.
Yeah, I feel like that would be a better way to go about limiting it. Just adding a number cap to how much something can be raised. Like, you can only have, like, unless it's a exhaustion perk, you can only have, like, 10 to 25% haste bonus,
maybe
depending on what perk it is.
Maybe that's the problem with the haste thing, is exhaustion perks.
Yeah.
It's because they can't cap it because of them.
Yeah.
Because I mean, this idea has been brought up so much. Like, diminishing returns, as much as I love that idea, has so many problems with it. Diminishing returns has so many issues with it. One is the diminishing return additive or multiplicative. Which one's applying what? What about the ones that apply additive versus multiplicative? Like, how much is what? What about if someone else brings something else that stacks with it? Then it's affecting you. So, like, there's a lot of problem with diminishing returns versus just capping the amount. Because I can see them doing that with healing speeds. I'm surprised they haven't done that with healing speeds. Same thing with regression. We've seen this with the kick limit, right?
Yeah.
I think it's definitely possible. There's other ways to go about it. I'm just curious what they're going to do now that they've kind of nicked that in the butt. Because I don't think it's gone. I think we're going to see something similar to it.
I feel behavior never really gives up on an idea. From what I've like noticed on how they work with stuff, it's like if they have an idea and they revert it, it gets reused or repurposed somehow.
Except Base Kit Unbreakable.
Okay, God, let's hope that doesn't happen. But well, okay, actually no, that's in 2v8. Base Kit Unbreakable is
you're right.
in 2v8.
You're right. Never mind. Wow. Huh. Well then. Hey, even the Base Kit Mori, I mean, it's in the game now. It's just not like it used to be.
It is in the game. Yeah. I do wish they kind of incorporated a little bit more of how the original one was, only because I liked the little like fadeaway animation where it would teleport you and the last survivor to like a more scenic spot.
The
Like
thing,
small little side tangent, but like I feel like it would have been nice if when you press the kill button, like how you do or how you have to right now,
mhm.
it would have been nice if you press that and then it does the fade away. So you still have the option to give them hatch if
Well,
you want to.
they could have just done what they've currently done with the abandoned system. Just make it so you press, like, when the survivor's on the ground, just press the
Hmm.
escape button. And then there's an
Yeah,
option to abandon or mori.
yeah.
And hell, with the thing they just released, the abandon would count as a win. So no, it would be a loss. No, fuck, I forgot.
Yeah,
No,
no, it'll be a loss.
shit.
Yeah.
I don't,
Do you want this match to be considered a win or a loss?
I'm not gonna get
It's
into
up to
that.
you.
Well, okay, I will get into that slightly. Because behavior clarified that it doesn't affect MMR.
Hmm.
So then, why is it considered a win or a loss?
But yeah, what does that get considered into? What is a win? What is a loss?
Yeah, they said if you abandon a match because the feature pops up, it doesn't affect your MMR. So
I love this company.
so why did you just say that one of them was considered a loss then if it doesn't affect your MMR?
A third secret evil option.
Like what? I mean, it doesn't matter at the end of the day because MMR is hidden anyways, and winning and
Yeah,
losing doesn't matter too much either because of how the game is. That's a story. That's a whole different tangent.
yeah.
I'm sorry to crush a few egos, but it really doesn't matter.
Mm-mm.
I have seen some of the best killers around lose matches just because of bad RNG.
That's a part of DVD for sure. It's just like the RNG can determine a win or loss from the beginning.
And
Sometimes.
it's just unfortunate, but it's just how the game is set up. That's why I don't take it as seriously when I lose or win.
Yeah.
That's well, again, and that's also why I think like win streaks do kind of prove something. That if a killer is so good they can go for 2,000 matches without losing, it might show a problem with the killer because clearly the RNG is doing nothing for them. They don't even care.
Mm-mm.
So yeah. Moving on a bit. Builds you run.
Um. So as I mentioned prior, I love Forever Entwined. So that's kind of just on every Kaneki build I've made so far. I try to prevent using the cheap, quote unquote cheap stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like on Kaneki specifically, like Fire Up and Brutal Strength. As much as I love Fire Up, unlike other killers, um, I don't like it on killers like Kaneki or Blight. Um, so right now, I barely remember because I've just been playing Chaos Shuffle since it started. But I know I run Forever Entwined. I'm gonna open the game real quick. Forever Entwined, Grim Embrace sometimes, just because it's so easy to immediately trigger on Kaneki, and it's just nice slowdown.
Well,
Um,
Grim Embrace is another one of those perks that's just it just works on every killer pretty much.
yeah, it's just nice. It's not necessarily like the strongest slowdown until you get your fourth hook. Then it's like, okay, cool. There's almost a minute of no gen progress being made. Um, sometimes not sometimes I do run Surge a lot because I do feel like it is probably one of the better, if not the best, gen regression on him.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that could totally change if they do end up making his M1 down not considered as a M1, but rather a special attack.
Yeah, that again, I don't think it's necessarily needed, but I again,
It's not needed, but it could happen.
yeah, again, it's a balancing lever they could use. It's again, I've suggested this for Spirit, and the one argument I get is it makes her builds uh less dynamic because she can't run a lot of perks.
Yeah.
But Ken, I don't think suffers from that at all. Even if they remove that, I don't think he suffers from it at all.
Yeah, I'm still trying to open the game because the thing with like my builds on Kaneki right now, I'm very like all over the place because I'm still trying to figure out what I find
Have you
comfortable.
have you tried Alien Instinct on him?
Yes, I do really like Alien Instinct. Alien Instinct is pretty fun, especially when you play like constant bite
Mhm.
and constant enrage. You just keep people injured, then you're always getting value off of that. I love enduring.
And
Enduring's really good on him.
really,
Yes, just because. Well, it's less that it's good on him, more that I just like not being stunned forever. But um, I do like enduring a lot. It makes it feel a little less cheap than brutal strength and just insta breaking the pallet. Me, because you don't necessarily need to break the pallet. You can play into enduring to use the pallet as a way to get a vault attack off, which that can also change and probably will change. I feel like the vault is going to get nerfed.
yeah, I
Um,
think we both kind of agree on that. As much as I don't know how, but I do think it will get nerfed.
we'll see. I have some faith that they'll do like a good change to it that'll make it feel all right to play as and better to play against.
Yeah, but before are you still opening the game?
I have it open. I have my builds up now.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say is I do want to say something to the general community as a whole. Uh, Stop being so doom and gloom about killer changes, guys, because everyone brings up Skull Merchant, and no one talks about the other like 15 killers that have been buffed over the past year.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Hillbilly got one of the best reworks in the game. Knight got one of the best reworks in the game. Singularity is one of the best killers in the game after his changes. Freddy got like a
Freddy is like,
masterclass rework.
yeah, I think Freddy is honestly the golden rework that we've seen so far.
Um,
Like
Doctor
one of the best changes.
Doctor got buffed to feel better. Dredge got buffed to feel better. Clown got buffed to feel better. Huntress got some buffs that I don't agree with, but they're buffs.
Mhm.
Chucky got nerfed and buffed like 3 times. Like, I other than Skull Merchant, I don't know what people are complaining about when they say they're scared their killer is going to get gutted.
Trickster.
Trickster's Trickster's a weird case and was from a couple years ago.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh well, okay, it wasn't
Um,
a couple years ago. It was Chucky's release, so it was November of
yeah,
2023. But Trickster was a different case because one, no one ever brings it up usually in that conversation, and two, um, he how do I say this? He again, it was just before all of these changes that all the good changes, in my opinion, started happening.
yeah,
Again,
that's true.
I feel like Skull Merchant and Trickster were the exceptions, but people use them as the rule for some reason.
Yeah, I mean it's fear mongering most of the time. It's just like, oh no, they're gonna absolutely just rework gut and change and make feel bad to every killer, but it's not guaranteed that's ever gonna happen. And given that a lot of the more recent changes have been positive ones, I feel like behaviors kind of learned from Skull Merchant and Trickster and how people have reacted to that. They're starting to get a better understanding of how to and how to not change
Yeah,
a killer.
yeah,
So I
but
have more faith in them. I have a lot more faith in them now than I would have like a couple years ago if Kaneki had just released and he was in the same state that he is now.
well,
It's like, oh no. Like a couple years ago, maybe I would have had the worry like, oh no, people are complaining about Kaneki. He's gonna get like two of
even
his tendrils cut off, and then he's gonna be re-tortured by Jason again.
and again, even like with the Chucky changes over the past year, almost every single one of the nerfs he got came with some kind of buff to
Hmm.
compensate. Like when Scamper got removed, his cooldown went down to 12 seconds.
Hmm.
So like it made slice and dicing better. And then when the changes they just did, and they didn't fully revert, but they increased the acceleration time, which from what I've heard from most people who dropped Chucky, some of them came back because he feels better now. And now his slice and dice range is longer and he's easier to control. So it was technically a buff.
Yeah.
So like again, I have faith that behavior is going to do the right thing with Ken. I really do.
I hope so, and I do believe they will too.
Um,
I just my worry is that there's going to be almost too much community influence and not enough rational thinking.
You know, people complain that behavior doesn't listen to the community enough. And I say this a lot, but is it a hot take to say I actually think they listen to the community too much?
Not at all. I completely agree with you. 100%.
People can be like, oh, they never listen to the community. Really? They never listen to the community? Never. Huh. Okay.
Mm-mm.
Skull Merchant. A lot of perk changes that have happened over a little while. Yeah, they take a bit to happen, but they happen.
Yeah. Like, I think the only thing that you can really say they quote unquote didn't listen to the community with was the Blood Moon, and that's more because it's just a live event. They can't really change it halfway like that.
Even recently with the Hander changes, right? Like, I was in agreement with it, but I know a lot of people weren't.
Yeah.
Whether
and they reverted them.
Yeah, and again, whether or not I agree with those people or not, if they were loud enough and there was enough of them, it's not me demeaning their opinion on it, but there was enough of them saying, no, don't do this, behavior listened and didn't go through with it.
Yeah.
It's why I can't, that's why...
Behavior is really good at listening to the community. It's just people like to believe that they aren't because they want something to be mad at, it feels like.
I think what it more comes down to, honestly, is there are very specific things they don't do that get cherry-picked as them not listening to the community.
Yeah.
Or they're like... again, how long some of the changes take. I think it's the other thing. Because I see some people saying they're not listening to the community on Ken, and it's like, God, they nerfed him in a hot fix.
It's not even been a month since he's been out.
They nerfed...
He got like week 2 nerfs.
I would
like that's pretty quick.
Yeah. And it's
for game updates, you have to like make sure, like, because the way game updates are is that they kind of have to be queued. They have to be like, you can't just be like, oh, okay, here's an update today immediately. Like that kind of stuff has to be queued up to be released on all platforms at the same time.
Yeah, they also have to get approval from Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo.
Exactly.
Yeah, Steam's different. They don't really. I don't think they really need approval on Steam, but they need it for the other ones.
Exactly.
And I think it's like.
And thus, you have to work around the Steam's release with the other companies.
Yeah, and
approval.
Then it's not like League. Like, people bring up League of Legends and Overwatch. Overwatch has the same problem. League of Legends doesn't, but the reason why is because they have their own client.
Yeah.
So they can do whatever the fuck they want. Unless you're suggesting you want another client for Dead by Daylight, which I don't even know how that works on consoles. So I more power to you, but I genuinely think the behavior does a good job of listening to the community. Again, I think sometimes they take a little long for some changes, but I would rather them take a long time to do something correctly than push it out incorrectly.
Spontaneously.
Yeah, because I think a good example...
We don't want spontaneous updates, because that just leads to more of a mess, more bugs, less refinement. Well,
I think 2 good examples of that were Vecna and Houndmaster. Because Vecna was hot-fixed after his release, and it nerfed Mage Hand because of people freaking out about how, quote, good it was. Which was weird to think about now. And then for Houndmaster, all the bugs, obviously, but like they also did buff her after that too. And then people complained she was too good. And then, like, it's just... there's another example, by the way, of a killer they buffed, by the way.
Yeah.
It's weird. But yeah, going back to builds, if you would like to go over some of those.
Oh, yeah. So the one I've been using the most is kind of like 3 perks I keep for the most part, like my 3 favorite perks on him, and then 1 perk that I kind of like swap out between a couple. So right now it's Forever Entwined, Zanchan Tactics, Enduring are like the 3 perks, like my golden perks right now. Zanchan Tactics is there because I find against Kaneki, a lot of people like to pre-drop before you get to the loop. Because then it's a little bit less likely that you're going to be able to do the vault speed over and then get the free hit if they pre-drop and then run around it. But that gives you better aura reading. And also, Zanshin gives you aura reading on all the palettes and windows, which allows you to have a better idea of where they're probably going to be running to. Because as you said earlier, a lot of survivors run windows. So why shouldn't I also be able to have the chance to see those same auras that they're seeing?
Mm-hmm.
And be able to try and cut them off before they get to those. And I feel like Zanshin Tactics on Kaneki especially does a pretty good job at like doing that.
I am kind of surprised he doesn't have an add-on that does it.
Oh, like shows windows and palettes?
Yeah, like, well, honestly, the more I think about it, it's weird that he doesn't have that. Like a brown add-on, maybe, that like shows windows and palettes within, like, I don't know, 20 meters while you're enraged.
Emon's Necktie, while aiming mid-leap, reveals the auras of palettes and windows within 32 meters.
Oh! Okay, never mind. Why did I not know about that? I feel stupid now.
It's all good. I was like, I feel like it is one.
I mean, no one runs it, so I guess that's why I don't know about. I mean, Chucky. Did you know Chucky has one?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No.
I don't remember what it is, but I do know he has something that reveals that kind of stuff.
Doll eyes within 20 meters while he's in hidey ho.
Yeah.
What's the range on the slide? Do you know?
The range on his slide?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah.
His maximum leap distance. Hold on.
Well, because I'm thinking like, because 32 meters, would that be the exact range of his slide?
Maybe? Because his leap distance is 14 meters.
Right, and then the slide would add to that. I'm thinking like if that gives you like a pinpoint distance to know that you can cut somebody off. Because if so, that's actually not that bad.
Well, it's only while aiming, not the entire time that you're leaping.
Yeah, but you can...
while aiming mid leap, so you can get a quick idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, it might be pretty good.
Yeah, I'm not saying like
I might start running that. I'll put that on and I'll take Zanshin Tactics off and I'll like see how that feels.
Yeah, like I'm not saying like it's gonna be like super Esther or anything, but like I mean, it's basically accomplishing the same thing you do with Zanshin.
Yeah.
But
the only thing I like a little bit more about Zanshin is that it reveals survivors who drop pallets for 5 seconds, and that's a pretty good bonus, especially at loops, because then you kind of get to see where they're headed, and that works even more with the effect of Zanshin. I also, currently on my build, I run Thwack, but I sometimes will swap that out for Surge, depending on how I'm feeling about games that day.
Thwack? That is an interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen anyone run Thwack unironically in a while.
I love Thwack. It's so funny. I run it more for the funniness, but also it does kind of help in some cases because I hate getting blinded at pallets. I hate getting blinded in general, but I hate getting blinded at pallets especially because I find it so annoying. So you just break the pallet, and right as the blind's about to finish, they scream and it interrupts it, so they don't get the full blind. And also, it additionally reveals their aura for 5 seconds after they scream. So you get about 10 seconds worth of aura reading after they drop the pallet, and after you break the pallet. I just like aura reading.
No, fair enough. So do I. I love aura reading. I run paintbrush on Freddy's a lot, and I get so much shit for it.
I was surprised that Kaneki didn't really have any
aura reading add-ons.
Aura reading perks.
I mean, does he need it?
Well, not add-ons. I just mean perks.
Oh,
because like characteristically, ghouls are hunters.
Yeah.
You'd think there'd be some kind of like blood sense thing going on there.
I mean, Dracula didn't get anything for hemorrhage.
That's true.
And he's literally a vampire. I'm still mad about that, by the way, behavior.
Yeah.
No add-ons or perks that have anything to do with hemorrhage. I'm so mad about that.
I guess they are always thinking outside of the box in that case.
Yeah. How do you feel about undetectable on him?
I don't feel like it's really useful. He's loud.
That's true. But I mean, it can help you like for that the down though, can't it?
Kind of, but if you're still using your power to go around, like they can still kind of,
Mm-hmm.
they just react when they hear from the other side of the map.
So yeah, so I would assume oblivious. I mean, because of alien instinct is probably better in general. Then
Yeah,
yeah, you want plaything at all?
I've tried it. I don't really like plaything, just generally.
Fair enough. I think it's one of my favorite perks in the game. To be fair.
That's fair. No, I mean, it's good. It's a good perk. It's just more of like a personal, like, I don't
Mm-hmm.
care for it in my playstyle.
It's also funny too because the 40-meter terror radius that Ken has is it's a weird balancing tool because I also feel it on some maps it makes him a pseudo stealth killer because of
Oh,
how
Midwich.
yeah Midwich, Larry's, and Gideon's not maybe not Larry's but Gideon's definitely
Yeah, I
and
can see it.
which is
I do want to try that one build that I knew everyone used to run on Wesker, because Wesker for the longest time has been like the only 40-meter killer.
right.
But it was going to Midwich with distressing and agitation with colorophobia and unnerving presence.
Just
And
they'll never know where
just
you are.
they never know where you are, and they're constantly in your terror radius, being affected with colorophobia and unnerving presence. So they have just always harder skill checks.
Yeah, and then just run the undetectable add-on that Ken has that's pretty useless. Just randomly have your terror radius go away and freak him out more.
So it's like, why did it stop? Why the music? Why the music stop?
I found a use for it. Holy shit, I found a use for that stupid undetectable add-on. Let's go.
Oh my god! Finally, it took how many days has it been since it came out?
Like
It took almost an entire month. Months. Hello.
months. Yeah,
It took an entire month.
that's how behavior writes patch notes, so it's fine.
Yeah.
When it affects one survivors. Okay, it's not how you write that, but all right. I appreciate
One single survivors.
yeah, I appreciate the parentheses on the S, but that doesn't. You didn't need to do all that.
Yeah.
Is there any like perks you would say specifically Ken makes better use out of than any other killer?
Well, Zanchin
Zanch
is one of them for
Okay.
sure. And I feel like that's just because his power is so hard focused on, like, at least the way a lot of people like to play him, from what I can tell, is so focused on cutting survivors off. Zanchin just tells you where you can cut them off, and there's no downtime for it. Like, it never goes away.
Yeah, it's not like I'm all ears that goes on cooldown.
Yeah. Like, Zanchin is really great on Kaneki.
And I know I
Anatophobia, I feel, is one, but it's like it's a strong one because of like the Legion effect. You're constantly injuring and deep wounding people.
I don't think it's worth it most of the time. The math doesn't work out.
I don't think it's worth it, but he does make use out of it.
Yeah, that's true. I think, and again, maybe this is my bias showing through, but I still think he's the best Stabiffle user in the game.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Starstruck.
Starstruck?
He makes really good use out of Starstruck because
Yeah,
survivors can't run.
Yeah, he just leaps to him after the.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have some fun in the event if remote hooks come back for anniversary. Oh my god.
Yep. Yeah, Starstruck, and also, what was I about to say? It's gone. My memories are gone. My memories got zapped out of me. Whoa.
Rapid, brutal.
Rapid's good. Brutal, like I already mentioned, I don't like running brutal because it feels cheap on him.
It works though.
It does work.
As much as we complain about it.
Yeah. I'm not really sure if haste affects.
It doesn't.
Him leaping.
It does not. At least as far as my
your food probably wouldn't be as great.
Yeah, as far as my testing from not being in rage goes with rapid brutality, it does not affect the leap. However, it does affect the cooldown. So when you're in that like the post sleep phase where like you're like slowed down, it does affect that.
Okay.
Which is one reason rapid felt so good on that build, was because I was mostly just leaping to them.
Yeah.
So I would cancel it halfway through during the slide, and while the fatigue, quote unquote, would go off, I would still be moving a little bit faster.
Mm.
Um,
You know what? Hubris would work pretty well on him.
oh yeah, he could.
Enduring Hubris, you don't need Spirit Fury if you have Enduring and Hubris, because then you just get stunned and then Power Vault, and then you get the hit.
Hear me out.
I haven't tried that, but that sounds funny.
Hear me out. That's my. I have a Dracula build I run all the time. It's Hubris 2 can play Enduring.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it, because the idea is they stun you, you bat form over the pallet, and then you just run them down. I wonder.
I really like that.
I wonder if you could do that with. I might have to test.
I bet you could. I bet you could. That sounds really funny. That's a gimmick build, but that sounds really funny.
The thing is, people say it's a gimmick build that doesn't work all the time. You would be fucking surprised.
Oh no, I believe that one would work a lot of the time, because the thing with that is, like, then they're going to be scared of dropping pallets.
Mm-hmm.
Then you just get free downs because they're not dropping pallets.
I might give that a try on Kin later. Sounds really fun.
Awesome.
Wow. And then you said undetectable build.
Hysteria is also a pretty good one. Which one are you saying?
I was saying, you were saying undetectable build. Undetectable perks really aren't that great on him either. Which is
not really, no.
Which is a shame. I don't think we really had a killer, because like Xenomorph can't use him, Chucky can't use him, Dredge can't use him. Dracula has really no reason to use them. Like it's odd. We haven't had a killer that can really use undetectable in a while.
When I saw what his power looked like in the PTB, my immediate thought was, oh, it would be so funny to run a stealth build on this guy, because you just jump scare everybody. But even when you're playing Rize and not Kaneki, still really loud, because the Kagane makes like this warping sound when it grapples, like this fleshy, like squishy sound whenever it grapples to anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's so loud and distinct that it's like pointless.
Yeah.
To run undetectable.
Yeah, because you can hear the like slide cancel when you even when you're undetectable, and I assume it would actually be louder because the terror radius isn't covering it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a shame. That's why I'm bringing this back to Springtrap a bit. That's why I'm really excited for Springtrap. By the time this is out, he'll be revealed, but I swear if he's not a stealth killer, I'm going to be very mad.
I hope he's a stealth killer.
We have
if you're bringing in a character from a game or movie that is built on jump scares and built on not knowing when you're going to get killed, the killer in DBD being adapted should be a stealth killer, because that's the point. You're not supposed to know. You're not supposed to have that information. You're supposed to be blind to it.
The last stealth killer we've had in the game, and before someone says Chucky, I'm going to wring their neck. The last stealth killer we've had in the game was Ghostface.
Yep.
And, you know, with the Skull Merchant preview they showed off, while I do think it's a good rework, at least the concept is good. We don't know anything about the numbers yet, but I like the idea. I do feel for people who are kind of like, they're kind of like killing another trap killer.
Yeah.
And it's like, I kind of hope we don't get into this loop of like only having dash and dash projectile, and it's like kind of it.
What do you mean? Skull Merchant should definitely be reworked to make it so that her drone's attached to her back, and then she gets 5 dashes, but she can only injure on the second dash.
Behavior April Fool's mode idea.
Every killer's blight.
Every killer's blight. They all get a jetpack and bump punch. Oh my god. Behavior, hire us, please. I would play the fuck out of that mode.
It would be so funny.
Just to see like Hag just like bouncing off of shit.
Trapper just has one giant trap that gets glued to his back, and every time it closes, it like propels him forward.
Just okay. You do that, and you name it "Oops, all blight." Boom! You got a game mode behavior for April Fool's.
That would unironically be such a funny April Fool's joke, though.
and then to compensate for the survivors, you just make like 40 pallets on the map at all time that respawn.
Every survivor gets scout ability from
from
2v8,
yeah,
and also any means.
That actually sounds really fun. The more I think,
it would be so funny.
Oh my god! Yeah, just remember, if everything's overpowered, nothing is.
Exactly.
Oh my god! Behavior, hire us, please. What was I even
I will give you ideas for free!
What was I even talking about? Oh, Springtrap being a stealth killer. Yeah, I'm just... Because, again, I think that's the other thing with, like, Ken 2 that's been kind of... It's just another blight.
Yeah.
Which I don't fully agree with. He has many differences, but, like...
Yeah, he's one of the more unique dash killers, because he's a little bit more Spider-Man-y, like, swingy than dashy. Which I think is what draws me to him. It's even more so.
You know what's really funny? Because I pointed this out on someone's video. So they nerfed Deep Wound this patch when Ken dropped, and so that hurt Deathslinger a bit, not too much, but it still hurts him.
Yeah.
Do you know what Deathslinger's original power was supposed to be?
Maybe.
It was what Ken's is.
Oh, grappling hook?
Yeah, he was supposed to grapple to the environment and pull himself to it.
That's funny.
So Deathslinger got shafted 2 times in the same patch. God, I feel bad for Deathslinger players. So your killer's still good, but man, he needs some love.
Cowboys are not allowed to have fun in the fog.
I just find that coincidence really fucking funny. Because they said the reason they didn't do that is because the engine couldn't handle it at the time, which makes me wonder if Unreal Engine 5 was just for Ken, at least at the time.
I don't think so. I think Unreal Engine 5 is probably just for the long run, generally, because they're also using this next patch to upgrade all the like graphics on the survivor models.
That's true.
We've seen significantly better lighting in the newer maps, better like texture work, better looking models since Unreal Engine 5 dropped. Yeah, though there have also been a lot of bugs.
Yeah, but
to be fair, that's to be expected.
That's Unreal Engine 5 being Unreal Engine 5. Most games running on it like have a few bugs here and there. And Dead by Daylight, like, listen, guys, we can complain about this game being buggy all we want, but we all still play it, okay? And for the most part, most of the bugs aren't like in every single match, unless you're playing twins. That's the one exception. But that's
from the beginning to the end. Twins, I feel like, has been just the bug killer.
It's any character like that. Even VHS had it pretty down pat. But then again, they shipped with a killer like that, so I guess that's probably why the game was built around him existing.
I still kind of miss VHS. They had some pretty good ideas going.
Oh, the Anomaly was great. It was a really cool concept on a decoy character. I kind of really wish Behavior would just steal that idea now.
Hellbent still has the rights to VHS as an IP.
Yeah.
They could either sell that to a different company to bring the game back, or they could do a little collab with DVD. I feel like I always thought it would be funny if VHS and DVD did a collab.
That would
together.
Be hilarious. Could you imagine?
I always wanted Wart as a killer, if I'm being honest. Wart was my main in VHS.
Would the weaponized amphibian replicant technology?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah. I always wondered, like, if that did happen, how the community would take it. Would they see it as like a gesture of good faith, or would they see it as just like a fuck you?
If it's like licensed with Hellbent, it would be. I think it would be in good faith. Like that would be like, hey, what you guys tried didn't really work out, but we're happy to,
I
you know,
yeah, because
still let your work live.
it's funny because so many people like whenever a new like ASIM comes out, the complaint is often we should stop comparing it to DBT. But what I will say is I gotta give Behavior props because they could have been petty about a lot of this stuff and they weren't. They've
Yeah.
never been petty about like other people trying.
No, and I feel like that also is a show for how Behavior is as a company. Behavior's never really been a toxic like environment from what I've seen in
Nah,
terms of like how they work. They're always very like supportive and helpful and happy.
yeah, because I'm fine with like gaming companies like having jabs at each other. Like one of my favorite ones that ever happened. Do you remember Splitgate?
Yes.
Okay, so when Halo Infinite was like our Forge mode was getting pushed back for like 6 months, Splitgate made a no. I'm sorry. It was some I forget what exactly got pushed back, but the Splitgate Twitter account was like, well, not only is our update coming out 3 weeks before, we're getting Forge mode 6 months before Halo Infinite. It was the most petty thing ever, but I'm like, you know what? I gotta respect it. It's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Like little jabs like that, I'm fine with. It's like when it's more malicious, where I'm like, okay, guys, just fucking
Yeah.
sell me.
And also like DBD and VHS both had like interacted with each other in good faith on Twitter.
Mhm.
Like a couple times. Like I remember that they were like in each other's replies pretty often and I thought that was so cute.
It just proves that like these games can exist in the same ecosystem. It's just none have yet.
Yeah, I just wish people would try to see them as their own games sometimes instead of like competitors.
You know what game needs to come back?
Which one?
Evolve.
I never played it.
The first ASIM needs to come back. Okay,
I never played that one. Well, I mean, I never played ASIMs until DBD in the same like way that I didn't care about horror until I played DBD.
so the way I would describe Evolve compared to DBD, first off, the perspectives are switched. The survivor side, quote unquote, the hunters are in first person, and the monster slash killer is in third person. But the way it works is the monster starts off weak. So
And then it has to title card.
yeah, then it has a title card. Then it evolves throughout the match and gets stronger until it reaches level 3 where it's at its strongest. And then it has to go and destroy an objective in the middle of the map. So there's forced interaction at the end of the map. At the end of the match. But it's basically the hunters trying to it's the opposite of Dead by Daylight.
It's trying to get the monster's trying to avoid getting killed by the survivors.
By the survivors until the end game. Then the turns table.
Yeah, like you guys let me get a little too strong.
The problem the game had was pacing because the hunters were often just meandering around trying to find the monster for like 20 minutes at a time. That was the biggest problem it had. But it was like the first like real ASIM game. There have been others in the past, but it was like the first attempt at like a mainstream one. The closest we had before that was like Left 4 Dead's multiplayer mode, which,
Yeah,
while fun, wasn't exactly the same. I think that game deserves a second chance. Honestly, it was such a cool idea because they did fix a lot of the problems when it went free to play at one point because it's before everything was free to play. It eventually went free to play and it fixed a lot of the problems with different game modes and stuff. But it just I don't know. But speaking of all that, state of the game. This isn't about Ken specifically, but how do you feel about the current state of Dead by Daylight?
balance wise, I think the game's pretty all right. Like in terms of like what each side gets, I feel like there's ways to counter everything. Like sure, there's moments where it's frustrating going against certain things, and like there are a lot of loops in the game right now that I feel like don't necessarily need to exist because they're just annoying. But like aside from very minuscule things, I feel like the game's in a good spot.
Yeah,
Community wise,
that's never going to get fixed.
there is a huge epidemic of survivors who refuse to learn new things and give up immediately when they don't like how a match is going. And I think that's bad. And I can't wait for the new changes that they're doing for the quality of life initiative
Yeah,
that are hopefully going to prevent people from doing that. Though I think the number one thing DBD needs to add to prevent people from giving up against things they don't know how to counter or don't care to learn how to counter, make a better in-game tutorial. The fact that the tutorial match that you get as Survivor is only against Trapper tells you probably 0.01% of the actual game and what you should be doing and what you should be looking out for. Because you're only going against a robot playing one of the weakest killers in the game, running no perks, no add-ons, with bot survivors that you don't have to worry about teammate or teamwork or anything. You're just getting a very basic, bare minimum work on gen, escape, and that's the entire game. The fact that that's all survivors get for a tutorial, like that's playable, isn't enough. And I think if they completely rework the tutorial, it could be really good for the long run of how survivors treat the game.
they did update the tutorial when they added the anti-camp system.
Yeah.
That is the only time I think they've touched it in a very long time. But I do agree. I think something else that does need to be at least looked at. Now, I'm going to add a caveat to this, but I do think there needs to be a killer repeat prevention system similar to Realms.
Me too.
Now, my caveat would be when a new killer releases, it's not in effect for like 2 weeks. Or like a week, like maybe the first week. Because that wouldn't be fair for the new character. But otherwise, I do think that needs to be a thing. Because like
my fear for that would only be queue times.
Here's my thing with that. I don't think it would affect it as much as you. I think it would fix itself. Because if there's killer repeat prevention, that means there's more survivor players not being as upset, willing to play the game more.
Yeah.
So the only thing that would affect it would be like maybe the more popular killers, like the one with a 30% pick rate. But yeah. Again, that's a problem. That's a whole other problem, right? That's an issue, again, like we mentioned earlier, is like how do we solve that problem in the first place of him having a 30% pick rate?
Yeah.
And again, I don't know what the easy solution or what the actual solution to that would be, but I do think that would help way more than it would hurt. The idea of having like you can pick 3 killers you can't play against, I don't like that idea. I understand why people do want it, especially for accessibility purposes, but I can see it being abused to the point to where some killers literally can never find a match.
Yeah.
Which would be very unfortunate.
I think it would be cool, like on top of how we already have like the killer, like play killer, play survivor incentive. It would be cool, and this is also something I'm recent mention, but something VHS. I'm kind of pulling out of VHS's book. Have incentives for playing certain killers.
Yes, I 100% agree with that.
Because then you can just play Trapper and you always get 200%. I'm joking.
Well, yeah.
Well, I'm half joking. Like that is probably what would actually happen. But
yeah, so rather than let's say the 50% bonus to blood points on killer side, make it 50% for whichever killers aren't being played that much at the moment.
Yeah.
Like,
and that would probably be constantly changing too, because there's so many people playing. Like,
yeah, and
you can go into one match and it's like, okay, cool. Trapper was at 100% bonus blood points, but I just finished my Trapper match, and now it says like Wraith is at 200%, and then you finish that match and it changes to like Hag or Skull Merchant or Trickster or Freddy, and it just like each game, like you can kind of use it as a built-in randomizer.
Yeah.
For each time you go into a new match, it's like you get a new killer that will give you more blood points for playing.
Yeah, it's similar to what the daily system was trying to do, I feel. But it just didn't do it very well for a lot of reasons.
And I feel like since they're getting rid of that in favor of like the daily quests that aren't going to be specific to killers or survivors, you could implement something like that, and it would actually feel really nice to have.
I mean, and if you wanted to like go balls to the wall with it, you could like add shards as an option. So like let's say Trapper isn't being played like at all today, or like at the moment, or whatever time you log in. Let's say
Yeah,
you play a match of Trapper and you get like 100 shards.
that'd be cool.
Yeah. Like instead of blood points, like keep the blood point incentive for playing the killer side, and then add the shards for specific killers. And like again, like make it 100 shards, like for a match of Trapper, and then when you get out, it changes to a different killer.
Yeah.
Because if you main a character like we do, like we wouldn't care really, right? We might, like
Mhm.
it might still make me will be like, you know what, I'm gonna play Trapper. I need some
Like,
shards.
yeah, I want to like save shards for like the next original chapter, or I want to save shards for this cosmetic that I really like or really want. And
Because
with the ascended rarity coming out next update, that's going to be even more viable because there are now going to be certain skins you can get for cheaper than you could before.
yeah, and it also like
Having more ways to earn shards would be really nice.
yeah, it also fixes a problem shards have right now for new players because it's like you have to play like 60 fucking hours to
You
get a
could
character.
you could also make that a daily. Like you could make the play a killer whose incentive is 100% a daily that rewards you with shards.
That could be a way to do it too. Yeah.
I think that would be a really nice way because obviously behavior is going to put a limit on how many shards you can get because they don't want you buying out the entire store with shards. So you can make it like you get a triple level daily where every time you play like for the 3 matches you play a killer that has 100% bonus, you get a shard bonus as well.
Or they could just make it so it just increases your XP when you play like one of the killers, because that would turn into shards.
That's true. That is also very true as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's a lot of ways they could do this, because I do think that's the other problem is incentives. It's the same thing with perks. I would love to see this with perks too. Like perks that aren't used that often get like some kind of bonus for you running them.
Yeah.
Now there would obviously be
That's more
some.
variety.
Yeah, there would obviously be some that would always have it, like Beast of Prey and Mither and Territorial Imperative. Hot take.
Run no mither for 10% more blood points. It's like no.
Hot take. I don't subscribe to the idea that like barbecue and chili should get the blood point incentive back. I don't think that would fix anything. But I do think no Mither should have it.
I could see that.
I honestly think if you're running no Mither, you should get double the blood points.
I think like okay, this is sort of a joke in my head. I always say it to like my friends when they're starting out, but also unironically, I think it would be a really funny idea to treat no mither as training weights.
Training weights. That's
like yeah, like you're gonna like mentally prepare yourself to go down in one hit, so you're gonna will always want to avoid going down as much as possible. You run no mither for a year straight, no other perks. You become a god at looping forever. Like that, it's just that simple now. But like no mither should have a little bit more of a reward for running it for sure.
Yeah, I really don't think I really think double BP would be more than warranted considering what it does. Also, behavior if you're listening, no mither should be unavailable in Chaos Shuffle. I'm just saying. I'm fine with literally every other perk. No mither should not be a thing in Chaos Shuffle.
So you don't want to play killer and run into a 4-man of survivors who all got unlucky and got no mither. You don't want to.
So I complain all the time about survivors DCing, but I was playing Chaos Shuffle the other day. I was on Larry's as Chucky, and a Fong had it, and she ran into me on accident. I was undetectable, so like I don't even blame her. She ran into me, and I downed her, and she immediately DC'd. I don't even blame her. I'm like, that is the most justifiable DC I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Like, no mither on an indoor map versus a pseudo stealth killer. Yeah, no, I would DC too.
Yep.
Like, again, like, yeah. It's, I feel like, because the thing is, you can make things as strong as you want, but I think if Ken is proving anything, it's that at the end of the day, people are going to pick the fun stuff over the more variety options, but giving people a reason to run more variety is never a bad thing.
Not at all.
Because it also circumvents the need to like buff and nerf things based on usage rates. Because like Windows would never get that bonus, right? Because it's ran all the time. So like people might take it off to try other things. Because that's one thing
Yeah.
it's one thing I really enjoy about Chaos Shuffle is it shows people perks they've never used before, and like maybe they find their new favorite perk because of it. It's happened to a couple
That
people.
last Chaos Shuffle is part of why I thought about running Zanshin and Thwack on Kaneki. Like, because those are perks that you never run.
Yeah,
But you think about how they can be used on certain characters, and it's like, oh, I get it now.
it's the reason I
Like,
start.
I feel like Zanshin could also possibly be good on like other dash killers, but just the fact that Kaneki can catch up in the way that he does,
Mhm.
it does help him a lot
It's
more
it's
than
decent.
I would say for other characters.
It's decent on Chucky. It's not amazing, but it's decent on him.
Yeah,
It also
and
lets you
Chucky
know.
also has like the capability that Kaneki has in some way to cut off survivors rather than just plainly hitting them.
Yeah. Uh, that's the Chaos Shuffle was the reason I run Rapid on Chucky
Mm-hmm.
because I got it randomly. I never really thought about it, but it's really good on him. It's surprisingly so. You wouldn't think it is because he's an M2 killer, but you'd be surprised how often you M1 with him.
Yeah,
Uh, and then like Cruel Limits less claustrophobia. I have a whole new appreciation for that perk because of Chaos Shuffle.
same. I've had a couple games where I got cruel limits, and wow, does it come in handy? Like pretty often.
It's I the distinct memory I have of it was I talked with Kaiser about this. There was a Fong and a Kate working on a gen on Coldwind next to the tractor. It was at 90%. I shooed them off. I hit the Fong. She went up to the tractor. The Kate came back and finished the gen. Popped it. Claustrophobia activated. It's just trapped up there. It's so fucking good. Like when it works, that's the problem with it is the inconsistency. But man, you'd be surprised. You really
Mhm.
would. But I mean, other than that, though, like especially since like January, since Freddy's rework, I think Behavior's been doing a very good job of making the game better. And the game was never like I feel like the game hasn't been in that bad of a spot in a while, apart from bugs. Bugs are a different conversation. I feel.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like the last really, really, really bad time I can remember DVD being in was when Skull Merchant was like test merchant, regen merchant, whatever. Like that's the last time I've heard such a big uproar regarding the game,
Yeah, and I mean that's gone.
and that was years ago.
Yeah, that's gone. 3genning is still possible, but not as good as it was.
Hmm.
Cough, cough, 10-minute surrender, but whatever.
Yeah,
But again, like I think the game is in a decent spot, especially balance wise. Like there are outliers, of course. Like I do think Trapper probably needs something. I don't think there's any way to buff Ghostface necessarily, and Skull Merchant's getting reworked. So like that's all the three bottom tiers. Legion just got buffed. While it wasn't anything too significant, again, you can't really buff Legion. So
no, not really.
and then I mean on the top end you've got Nurse, Blight, Billy, and some people would say Ken, but those three. And I don't know how you would nerf Billy without making him feel worse. Blight, there's been many suggestions, and I hope they do something. And Nurse is the same thing. I don't know what you can really change about her.
I think my ideal blight change. Bring back all the like hug techs and flicks, but give him what Kaneki has now with the breaking a pallet
The
thing.
breaking a pallet thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think we
Because then you have Blight. You give Blight his skill expression back. I feel like Blight doesn't have a lot of skill expression anymore.
well he does, but it's similar to Skull Merchant and Old Chucky, where it's there, you just don't need it.
Yeah,
That's a bigger problem with a lot of killers in the game. Is Clown's another example of this. Clown has a lot of skill expression, but you don't need to do it most of the time.
yeah.
Uh,
Just like kind of make it a little bit more like add more incentive to do good plays on Blight because you don't need to. You can that I feel like he definitely benefits more from brutal strength fire up builds than Kaneki does.
yeah, I can see it. Well, because Kaneki can't down you.
Yeah, Kaneki can't down Blight. He breaks the pallet and then he just dashes to you and then that's it. It's
Yeah.
over.
I mean, Kaneki can kind of do that, but in a different way.
in a different way. Yeah,
That I feel has a little bit of counterplay because the survivors can just run into you while you're.
yeah, they can just 180,
Yeah.
and then your slide, like if you don't cancel it on time, your slide's gonna take you even further
Mm-hmm.
than you want to be. Whereas Blight, he doesn't have to go around you. He just has to run into you like a truck. Like it's a lot more simple.
Yeah, for better and worse. And they've tried.
Mm-hmm.
They've been trying with Blight for a year now. But we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Nurse is a harder one, I feel, just because I don't know how you fix Nurse without just reworking her. But I also don't want to
I feel like
rework her because she's so fundamental to the game, I feel.
I think she's fine as is.
Really?
I think Nurse is fine. It's more of like a fundamental, like she's the first of her kind to do what she does, kind of thing.
Mm,
To the point where it's more, it would feel wrong if Nurse did anything else than what she does now. To me, at least.
fair enough. Also, speaking of Ken and the state of the game, by the way, I know you were excited, and this was your dream chapter, and your next dream chapter is coming. Do you think Dead by Daylight has too many licenses? As of late, anyways?
In terms of recent chapters, absolutely. 100%.
Okay.
We got Xenomorph, Chucky, original chapter. Vecna, Dracula, original chapter. Kaneki, Springtrap, technically an original chapter coming in between them, but that's not a killer.
No, that's this Survivor. Oh, okay, yeah. Rose is written, yeah.
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 I would like it. Like, I still have a couple more, like, chapters I think would be cool. Like Slenderman, Outlast, Pennywise. I'm gonna be this is gonna be a hot take for me. I don't care about Jason or Predator.
Oh, you just pissed off half my audience.
Look, okay, I'm not saying they shouldn't be in the game. I'm just saying when they come out, I'm gonna be like, okay, thumbs up.
Yeah, honestly, the thing with Jason, I think people overestimate how big of a license that's going to be when it comes to. Not to say I don't want it, and he's not like a horror icon. He is. He deserves to be in the game. It's just
He is the horror icon.
But I think it's going to be a similar situation to Chucky and Xeno.
Yeah, it's a little overplayed.
Yeah, they're iconic, right? They're just not popular. If that makes any sense. That's the way I've always worded Chucky and Xenomorph. That's just how it is.
Yeah.
Like
I definitely want. I think they should be in the game. I think they should have been in the game sooner. But I'm not losing sleep over the fact that they're not in the game. And I probably won't really care as much when they get added because they're just not really franchises. I've mentioned I wasn't like a huge horror fan before DBD, but they're just not really licenses that interest me. And thus I'm like not really interested in when they get added. It's just going to be like I'm more interested for when they get added in the sense of like, thank God people will stop talking about them.
That's something a lot of people said about Springtrap.
Yeah. But like to me, other people's Springtrap is Jason and Predator for me. I don't care for the IPs. It's just like there's going to be more original ideas for what they could add afterwards.
It's also this weird situation, and I know people are going to hate me for saying this. Springtrap being added does lead to an issue. Where do you go from there?
You branch out even further than they already have.
Yeah, I was what's bigger than Tokyo Ghoul and FNAF that would fit into Dead by Daylight properly?
I don't think you need to go bigger anymore. Like after FNAF, I feel like they're gonna like you can go for niches, and then like you get the big chunk of people with FNAF, and then after that you just go small, medium, and it's just like you just continually grow from that because people will see you have all these icons already. You see how well they're adapted into the game.
I mean,
People will play. People will be more likely to play.
maybe, but capitalism.
Yeah.
That's
It's me being optimistic, but like, yeah, there is FNAF and Jason, arguably, in terms of like iconicness. That's kind of the height. That's the peak right there.
yeah. It's again that's the
Like they should. They're probably going to stop going for, and I mean they kind of already have, but they are probably going to go for more interesting than iconic.
yeah, because I mean, like, there's still some video game ones that haven't been added in yet. Like, Dead Space is a big one.
Dead Space, Outlast, as I mentioned prior. I've been like
We
super into the idea of Outlast being added because I play a lot of Outlast Trials with a couple of my friends.
we could do another Resident Evil chapter.
Could do another Resident Evil chapter. You could do part twos of really a lot of the licensed chapters. I feel,
Yeah,
and that would gain hype.
I mean,
With
go ahead.
I know like adaptation is something that we want to talk about later, probably.
Mhm.
But with what's in the Tokyo Ghoul chapter right now, there is like 2 or 3 more chunks of the story that are not referenced at all in DBD that could be used as a part 2 chapter.
That's true. And like even like the other ones, like Silent Hill has plenty of options.
Mhm.
Stranger Things, I know their relationship is a little shaky, but like the options are there.
They could do a part 2. We could have 2 Vecnas.
We can have two Vecnas.
The Lich, but fleshy.
But fleshy. He kind of floats, but not really. He's actually being held up with like puppet strings.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Like I feel like they can do a lot more with that, but I am fearful that we might have reached the plateau with FNAF. And again, I know that's going to make some people mad, but it's honestly the most iconic and relevant horror character we're going to get in this game.
Yeah.
And the relevant part is very important.
Like,
Again, Chucky and Xenomorph, everyone knows them, but they did not bring that many people to the game.
I do think it's definitely not as big, but it's in the same culture as FNAF. They could do a creepypasta chapter.
That's
Like, unironically, we could do like a Slenderman chapter, like Slenderman Killer. Even though Slenderman's technically not really creepypasta anymore, he's a lot more.
There's a lot of problems with Slender Man, mostly the
Yeah.
some of the real life things that happened. But also,
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know how the licensing works for that.
It's a couple different license holders, but it like they could probably just grab one because like every adaptation of Slenderman is essentially the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like no matter which one you grab, it's still the tall dude in a suit with a nothing face. With tendril tentacle things.
I didn't really think about it. Isn't Unknown basically like a Slenderman homage?
Unknown's more of a. I feel like Unknown's more of a creepypasta homage in general.
Yeah,
rather than just
but
Slenderman, but he does have a lot of Slenderman tendencies.
Yeah, like the whole like he only goes after people that are like looking into him.
Yeah,
like
and the tentacles that come out of the back, unnaturally tall, eerie,
no real face, even though it's there. It's I don't know how I really feel about Slenderman. It's the same problem with like adding Jeepers Creepers to a lesser degree because of the issues with the creator that I won't get into, but and I mean that was a problem with some of the other chapters as well, but it's a weird conundrum that behavior is going to have to work out. But I do agree though. I do think we've had too many fucking licenses.
I will say, and this isn't my like, okay, it's partially my bias, but after the FNAF chapter, I think we could take a break from licenses for like a year, because obviously they are going to run out of licenses. They are not anywhere near running out of licenses. There's probably hundreds of licenses they could add. They're just a little bit more niche.
But it's like Unknown, right? Unknown is widely considered one of the best things they've released into the game.
Yeah.
Howlmaster was a little bit
Like,
worse for a lot of people.
I feel like that's because she wasn't marketed, though.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of that comes from the lack of marketing. So many people love Unknown because of how they were marketed.
Mm-hmm.
Houndmaster had zero marketing up until post-reveal.
I also think some of it is because people are stupid. uh,
I
'cause
wasn't going to say
yeah, yeah,
it.
yeah, I'll say it. It's the same thing that's happening right now with Rose because some people are stupid. Is why apparently like half the player base is leaving. Oh,
Yeah.
uh, fuck them.
Um,
Anyways,
but yeah, like we should definitely get more original content after Five Nights at Freddy's.
yeah. Again, like I think Handmaster and Unknown are like good examples that they can still do it right.
I want to see an aquatic killer.
I want to see a pyro killer so fucking bad. Like
Okay, so just we want elemental killers.
well, 'cause the technology's there. We have the pyro.
Yeah.
We have the fire with the Xenomorph's turrets and the Hellfire.
True.
Just like I want a zoning pyro killer. It would be so fun. I think people would hate it though.
Me when they make it a license, but it's Pyro from TF2.
That would be the greatest fucking thing ever. I still want my dream license now after FNAF comes. I have two. It's Tremors, which will never happen. Uh,
Hey, I said Tokyo Ghoul would never happen.
how the hell are they going to make an underground worm work?
Magic.
Magic. To be fair, they could.
Magic.
To be fair, if the Tremors chapter is just they add Kevin Bacon to the game, I'll take it.
Yeah.
And
What was the other one?
Fiddlesticks from League of Legends. Now, here's the thing with that
Oh.
one. I don't even think they have to add it as a killer. Just make it a skin for Unknown. Boom.
Yeah. I have a friend who talked to me about that before as like a possible DVD chapter.
It's literally the same character.
That'd be really funny.
Yeah. But those are my two dream ones that they haven't added.
Mm-hmm.
But other than FNAF, do you have anything else you want them to add?
Well, Outlast
Okay.
is one that I think would be really cool, just aesthetically. There were other ones. I feel like it'd be cool if we got like a DC character. There's a lot of like horrific style characters in DC,
Add in
like
Solomon,
DC Comics.
They add in Solomon Grundy. I'm gonna lose my mind. Stunned on a Monday, blinded on a Tuesday.
I think it would be cool if they did quote unquote chapters that don't add characters but maps.
I would
Because
love.
there are a lot of horror games that or horror games quote unquote that don't really rely on the characters, rather the scenery.
Mm-hmm.
One that comes to mind, and this is a very silly one, but I unironically think it would be really cool. Lethal Company.
I could see it.
Because I
totally see
think the facility as a map would be really cool. It would make sense with the generators and all that. That or the mansion. And then if they wanted to do a killer, the Bracken's pretty iconic.
You could
From Lethal Company.
Well, the other thing I talk about this a lot with like Scooby Doo, right? Because I don't think Scooby Doo could work as a chapter in this game. Not because I don't think it'll fit. I don't think it works like fundamentally for the game. But skins
for sure.
like that's the other thing. Like I would love them to do more like collabs for skins. I know people don't like that idea because it makes it feel more like Fortnite, but there's a reason Fortnite does it. But like I think stuff like that could work for like chapters that like, because we had this with Attack on Titan, right? That was like Dead by Daylight's first step into like the anime side of things, which is why the Tokyo Ghoul thing makes even less sense to me. Because apparently it's fine if Oni's running around as a Titan, but you add Ken, it's
having a man-eating like guy that has like these bone flesh tentacles coming out of his back is apparently not horror.
Yeah. Nope.
Oh, you want to know another IP that I think would be really interesting for them to do a chapter off of, but I don't think they will. Dark Souls.
I think they'd go for Berserk before Dark Souls.
That makes sense.
And I mean, it basically would be Dark Souls. For those listening that don't know, the amount of Berserk inspiration in Dark Souls, it's pretty much just Berserk the game, if like you really look into it. But yeah, I could totally see that. I would love it. Or Monster Hunter, like Monster Hunter would probably be a stretch, but like
I feel like Monster Hunter would be more like a survivor with a map
yeah, like again, like
than anything with a killer.
What I do appreciate about Ken though, and I mentioned this in my other podcast where I was talking about like things that fit the game, is it's opened the floodgates. Like there's they can really add pretty much anything. They can make anything work.
I mean, if it's any indicator, our last like 3 licensed chapters, sorry. Kaneki, Dracula, Vecna.
Yeah.
Those aren't really like all characters you would immediately think of when someone mentions horror.
Yeah, not to say that
as a genre.
They don't fit it, but yeah, I would agree.
But they do fit it.
Yeah, they do.
Because you have this god-level wizard, lich guy, who is able to basically just destroy the world if he wanted to. Just turn you into mush if he thought about it one day. You have this shape-shifting vampire lord who is essentially Satan.
Pretty much.
And you have Kaneki, who is a little bit less brutal in the actual story, but this version of him is like a mindless devourer. Those are all, when you think about it, horrific, terrifying things.
Yeah, it's like more terrifying than Trapper. Like
like what would you be more scared of? A guy who knows how to put down a bear trap, or Satan? who would you
Satan
prefer less to not get chased by?
Wow, the gambit of a lifetime. Fun fact about bear traps, by the way. Do you know why they're called bear traps?
Because they trap bears?
No, that's not why they're called bear traps. They were designed for people.
Oh.
Yeah, the guy who made them, his last name was Bear. That is not a joke.
That's awesome, though.
Yeah, they were originally designed as home defense for poachers.
Oh.
It's such a stupid fact.
That's peak. peak writing. It's just a case of like the guy riding around a bunch of fire.
It's funny too, because if you try to look into this, because I did it one day on stream, I don't know what it is. The history of bear traps is like a secret. Like I can't find it anywhere. I don't know where I've heard this fun fact before.
Bear trap lore, and it's just the like Omega Brain video.
It's such a stupid fact. I just love that because like everyone's like, oh, they were made for bears. That's why. No, the guy who made it just happened to be named Bear. It's funny how things work out that way. Yeah. It's like Chuck spots in Dead by Daylight. It's like that's just the convenient thing that it just kind of fits.
Moving
on a bit, or we'll be here for hours. But do you have any tips for newer Kaneki players? Also, speaking of, before we move on, I know I'm probably saying it wrong. You can Kaneki.
Kaneki is the correct way to say it, I'm pretty sure.
Kaneki? Okay. And then it's Rize, right?
Rize, yeah.
Okay. I keep wanting to say Rezi. I don't know why.
I've heard, and it makes me so mad, but I've heard so many people pronounce her name as Riz.
Riz?
Makes me so upset. Rizzy.
I mean, she's my type, but like, you know... Listen, okay, let's not get into my preferences. Okay, tips to play Ken. Go on.
Be creative. don't try to do everything so simply. Don't try to treat it as like easy game. Actually try to think about what you're doing when you're chasing, because you may find ways to deal with loops that you may not have thought of but give a better result than if you just broke a pallet, jumped ahead, broke a pallet, jumped ahead repetitively. Don't be repetitive. Try something new every time, because this killer is one of those killers that has a really interesting set of skills. So be creative.
Okay. Something I do want to add to that, it's a little bit more specific, is you can correct me on this, but you mentioned training weights with no mither.
Mm-hmm.
Play a few matches with chain and don't go enraged. I know that sounds dumb, and I know I'm biased because I've made it work.
No, that's actually a really good idea.
But I will say, when I do play enraged, my slide cancels, I know exactly when to cancel now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I never got those free hits, so I had to learn how to use it. And again, put those training weights on. Try to like stop yourself. Like, go a whole match without using the vault, right? See how you can circumvent the loops without using it. And just stuff like that. Try to challenge yourself with the killer on certain aspects. Handicap yourself a little bit and see it'll help you in the long run. Especially if the killer gets nerfed and the vault goes away anyways. That'll be a shame. And do you have any tips to play against? We've kind of
line of sight. If you want to attempt to avoid the free hit, quote unquote free hit, breaking line of sight is pretty good. Using garbage loops and just like the really tiny loops, or ones with like the very wide walls, are probably your best bet for avoiding getting the free M1. Pay attention to how many leaps he used, and pay attention to how long his cooldown is.
Mm-hmm.
Once you learn that, you can kind of get a better grasp. Know when you should and shouldn't try to leave a loop. Keep in mind, when he vaults, he loses all of his stacks and it goes on a full cooldown until he breaks a pallet.
Mm-hmm.
Then it'll just automatically go back to 2, but that's a bug. That'll be fixed.
For those curious on the cooldowns, by the way, to the best of my knowledge, it's while enraged, it's 2.4 seconds per leap.
Yes. That's correct. And run your loops. Don't try to just hold M1 to every pallet. Don't pre-drop pallets like crazy, because it's very punishable. Kaneki will catch you out in the open. So try to chain your loops together. If you chain your loops together, you're gonna have a better time. Just try to like look up guides on how to use every loop, because you will need it against him. And that's something that every survivor, I feel like, should do, because then that just makes you generally better at the game. Against other killers as well.
I highly recommend Mr. Taterhead. Shout out to them if you want guides on how to loop. Mish as well. She's very good. But yeah, pretty much. I would say also, like, if you get hit and you're in a dead zone, don't run away. Just try to like find a rock or something to go around. You'd be surprised how long you can loop one around that.
Yep.
But yeah, no, that's decent advice. I really do think people are just overthinking how to play against him. just stay in the loop. Yeah. Just stay in the loop. Yep. Play the video game. Do the thing people say is the most fun.
Stop holding W. You have other keys.
The next thing is thoughts on lore. Now, this is a licensed killer, so I should have changed this to thoughts on adaptation.
Well, okay. I will say there's a slight difference in how he's adapted into the game.
Mm-hmm.
They did mention externally, not in game, but in game, his lore is just the events of season 1. But externally, they did say that this is a Kaneki taken from an alternate version of his universe, where he kind of let his ghoul temptations, which were Rize, overtake him.
I would too.
Otherwise, Kaneki wouldn't be a killer. Kaneki would be a survivor. Um, but generally, yeah, I think that's a good way you can turn Kaneki into a bad guy.
I think
Is just making it a different version of him that instead of embracing his humanity, embrace the monstrousness inside of him.
and something interesting about it too, because I mentioned how him coming to the game opens the floodgates. That right there opens the floodgates even more as well,
Oh yeah.
because it means they're willing to like shift lore and lore and specific things from like licensed characters to make them fit either side they need to. Which again, it's just that's an interesting prospect for the future, because I don't know like how most Tokyo Ghoul fans feel about it, but from what I heard, most of them are fine with them making him a bad guy. They were a little confused at first, but like it makes sense the way they did it.
It's jarring because Kaneki in the story is, especially in the manga, in the anime it's a lot different. That I could go on a whole other tangent about that. All I'm gonna say: read the manga, don't watch the anime. For the love of God, season 2 is completely not canon, and then they retcon it in season 3. Anyway, Kaneki in the original story is one of the nicest characters you can write through tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
His entire story is about trying to figure out how to make sense of the world between humans and ghouls while trying to find peace within it. That's actually referenced in one of his perks too, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, none are free. The quote there is, "I'm not wrong, what's wrong is this messed up world." That's like his initial thought process upon one of the first integral parts in the first set of the story. And then near the end of Tokyo Ghoul, he kind of comes to a resolution saying like, the world isn't wrong, it just is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just exists. Everyone exists in that like time frame. He tries to make sense of everything. He tries to be calm. He's not really the type to be angry, not the type to be crazy. It's just during certain moments he lost that part of himself, but he regained it.
Do you
So
go on? I'll let you finish. Sorry.
I was just saying, so the idea that this version of Kaneki is the version of Kaneki who couldn't find that peace within himself, couldn't find that reason to keep going as a human, and just fully embraced his hunger, it makes sense. It works. It's definitely jarring, but it works.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it would have made more sense for Rize to be the killer with Kaneki as a skin?
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
Rize isn't as important of a character outside of just being a motivator for Kaneki.
She's more a catalyst for the story than anything.
Do we care about like spoilers for like episode 1 / chapter 1?
How old is it?
It's the manga was originally serialized in 2011, I believe, and the anime came out in 2014.
Yeah, I think we're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, Rize dies in the first episode.
Oh, really?
Rize died not even by the end of the first episode. She dies halfway through the first episode because the reason Kaneki becomes a ghoul is because a doctor sewed her organs into his body.
You mean to tell me that the only reason she's as popular as she is because she's... I'm kidding. I haven't watched the show, again, proving my ignorance, but I didn't know that. The way people talk about it, I thought she was way more important.
She is, because throughout the series, she appears to Kaneki as like she lives in him. Mm-hmm. She's alive, but in his mind, like only he sees her. She's a motivator for him to embrace his ghoul side, his insanity, his hunger. But she's not physically there. She is known as the binge eater because before she died, she was going on like hunts where she'd kill 20 or more people a night just because she was hungry. And she is a little bit more important later. A lot more important later. But the version of Rize we have is just her right before she dies.
Okay. Also, you can stop making your sound perfect, by the way.
Huh?
I said you can stop making your sound perfect, okay? See, you're not gonna sell me. I'm already sold. But, uh, but yeah, I mean, like the other thing with it, like, because again, as like someone who's not a fan, it seems like a perfect fit regardless. Like,
Yeah, I think it's more that they went with Kaneki because he's a lot more iconic.
yeah, no,
Um,
I didn't mean like the Rize thing. I just meant in general the way they added him in. Like
oh, it just feels.
it just feels right. I don't know, something about it.
Yeah.
Like again, as someone who's only seen clips, who knows of the series, but not like is that in it. It
Mhm.
for whatever reason, it just the way they did it just feels right and like really smart.
Yeah, for sure.
Because again, like it opens that option up for other licensed killers. Because you could bring in things
Yeah.
that people who aren't like evil or corrupt or whatever, and find ways to make it work.
Hmm.
I mean, Pinhead's a good example of this. While he is a horror slasher, like technically speaking, I mean, he says it himself: angel to some, demon to others.
Yeah,
That's a little different because they didn't really change how his lore works, but you could make anyone work as a killer if you really wanted to.
you could, and that's part of the reason why I think I love this game so much is because you never really know what twists they're gonna make to make something work, or like what twists they're gonna make to just catch people off guard, like the general audience. Like I'm sure no one expected a Dungeons and Dragons or Castlevania chapter
Even
like 3 years ago.
well, even the obvious ones like Chucky.
I remember they were making us think Chucky wouldn't happen because Matthew Cote was like, "Would you really want to play as like a Victor all match?" And that was like kind of them. That felt like he was saying, "We probably wouldn't do it because it wouldn't be fun to play as Victor all match."
They
And then
made
they went and did it.
they made it work.
They made it work with
Some would
the like
argue,
whole third person view stuff.
yeah. And again, like I mentioned this before, that entire year seemed like it was build up for Dracula
Hmm.
because they added the first quadrupedal killer with xenomorph, so that was wolf
Yeah,
form. They added third person camera, that was also wolf form. Took
and that
aspects from,
form.
yeah, and bat form. They added the aspects of spirit in there. The fire
Hmm.
was also from xenomorph.
Yeah, the fire effect and Pyramid Heads, like the way it works, is kind of similar to Pyramid Head.
Yeah, that entire year felt like they were just building up to Dracula.
Oh yeah,
Which, I mean, considering we had the tome for as long as we did, and there was an entire game mode and a bunch of skins, I think they did it on
they were pretty
purpose.
excited about it. Yeah.
I am curious for the future of the Tokyo Ghoul chapter in this game, though, because, like you said, that again, they could definitely do a sequel to this chapter, as well as there is still a lot of other skin options.
Yes, so that's actually something I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, we can do skins first. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Um,
yeah. Go ahead.
yes. So for skins, I'm gonna be completely honest. I'm underwhelmed.
There's only three. What do you mean you're underwhelmed?
Well, I mean, in how they put those skins on characters.
Oh, so the survivor ones.
Yes.
Okay.
So Hide makes sense for Hinato. That's the one I like. Toka, or the rabbit, could have been a Legion skin. I am glad it's a Yui skin.
I think it's Legion every time if it makes you feel any better.
It does. um, partially glad that it's a Yui skin because I have Yui P100, and Toka is one of my favorite characters in the show slash manga.
That's actually a lie. I confuse it for Legion in the menu. In game, I
Mhm.
confuse it for Meg. I'm sorry, not Meg, Nia. I confuse it as
That's
Nia
funny.
every single time.
That's funny.
And I
Yeah,
don't know
it does
why.
feel like it would have been a Nia skin.
It's like all the Fong skins coming out. I'm like, that's Nia. No, it's Fong. No, that is fucking. You cannot convince me the neon green hair girl is not Nia. You can't.
Yeah, I bought that skin yesterday. um, the Toka skin though, there's a part of me that's hopeful for how they did it. Toka only really wears that outfit like a handful of times. Otherwise, she's just kind of her. She's just Toka without the outfit. So I'm wondering if that could be an indicator for something that I'll talk about when we want to talk about like a possible part 2 chapter. The one I don't understand. Well, there's a couple I don't understand regarding like also masks. Why is Eto a skin for Nia?
What is
Eto would not be a survivor. That's the one in like the pink hood cloak with like the bandages wrapped all around her.
Yeah.
She is like one of the most brutal characters in the story. Like she is very much a killer. I thought she would have been a skin for Spirit, given that they're wrapped in bandages. So that just threw me off. I didn't feel like she should have been a survivor skin at all. It's cool. It's just weird.
Now that you describe it, I feel like it should have gone to Yoon Jin.
You think so?
Yeah. Well, because she's like the one everyone says is like evil and selfish.
I mean, if we wanted to go for an actually evil killer or survivor, we could have just gone with Tari.
Tari's not evil.
I mean, she's like quote unquote evil, but she's not evil. Yeah.
But she's also like not like I could see Yoon Jin punching a guy. I can't see Tari doing it.
That's true. Yeah.
I could see Nia doing it, to be fair, also, but like she's like a rebel. Okay, I'm gonna piss some people off. She's an activist. I almost said revolutionary. It depends on who you ask. It means the same thing, but you know what I mean, right? Like she's an activist. Like I can see her punching a dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it fits a little bit, but no, I get what you're saying though.
Yeah, like I don't know. I thought Eto would be a killer skin, and then the masks. The masks made me mad. First off, never give Jonah a skin. That's a joke. But
well, if it makes you feel any better, behavior doesn't that much. So
yeah, but that character going over Jonah makes zero sense at all. That should have been for like Vittorio, if anybody.
You know, I'm gonna feel so bad for saying this. What is Jonah's personality? Because I don't know.
I don't know. All I know is that he blew up a village in his lore, apparently, and that he's like a detective cop guy.
Bitch! I was confusing Jonah with Gabriel again. God damn it!
Oh,
I do that all the time, and I don't know why. Because they both never get skins.
Yeah, that's true.
They're both like forgotten Survivor characters, but oh no, he's a CIA agent.
Mm-hmm.
And I would assume he's very by the books, and he's like into math.
Yes.
Does it have anything to do with the character that he got the mask for?
Not one bit. So the mask is for a ghoul who's codenamed the non-killing owl. I'll say that because I feel like it's the least spoilery way to say it. Which, in that sense, I can see him, being a survivor. Like, or a skin for a survivor.
Mm.
Not Jonah.
Not Jonah.
See, this guy is the owner of a coffee shop. This guy can't say much without spoiling it.
It's like
I don't want to spoil anything past season, like that episode 1.
It's like
because I feel like
it's like 9 years old. Sure. You're good.
I know, but like also, I want people to experience the story.
Okay, fair enough.
If like anyone like watching this, who wants to get into it,
we can take your word for it that it just doesn't work.
It just doesn't work with him. The Noro's mask for Unknown, I think that one works, but there is something that makes me upset about it. It's the only killer skin that we got.
Yeah, it was weird that it wasn't cut in half.
It's just.
Well, actually, you know what?
Wrong.
I think I know why they did that. Because there wasn't a survivor with this chapter.
That's true.
So they had to give.
But I feel like if you do like 3 survivor skins, like they could have done Hide and Toka, and that could have been the survivor skins, and then 2 masks, and then 2 masks for survivor, 2 masks for killer, and then Eto is a killer skin, and then there you go. Because then you get Kaneki with Rize skin, Eto, and then Noro's mask, and then another killer mask, and then that's like kind of half.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other half is just two survivor skins, two survivor masks, and that's 4. And then you can kind of just not count Rize because it's still just Kaneki. Kaneki's a full blown killer. So yeah, 4 and 4, and that would have been fine. But they did Kaneki, and then survivor, killer.
I think like because remember when Chucky dropped and like survivors got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't a map. There wasn't any perks. There wasn't a new survivor. There wasn't any skins. Like
it was just like a whole only killer chapter.
Yeah, I feel like they were trying to compensate a bit for that because Pinhead had the same problem as well.
That's true.
That would be my guess as to why they did it that way.
Yes.
Now, whether
I mean that makes sense for sure, and the masks are a very iconic and integral part of the story, so it makes sense that they did like mask only stuff.
You know, the more I think about it, and I know people will be mad if it happened, how did Skull Merchant of all characters not get a skin with this chapter?
I don't know. There are actually a couple characters I could have thought of for Skull Merchant.
She like don't get me wrong, Trapper wears a mask too, but like Skull Merchant's mask is like her thing.
Yeah. And like as much as like I feel like Legion always gets skins, Legion could have gotten a couple skins on this one, and I know exactly who they would have done.
You mean the one they gave to the one they already gave to survivors?
No. There's like a whole other group of characters I could think of that they'd add for it.
I mean, there's always a chance they do, right?
Yeah. Like, so that kind of leads into the next thing I kind of want to talk about regarding cosmetics, and that also ties into a part 2 chapter.
Mm-hmm.
Not so in Tokyo Ghoul. I don't know how much like of a basic understanding you have, but in Tokyo Ghoul there are 2 sides to the story. There's the ghouls and there's the CCG.
Right.
The CCG is a government operating branch of people who work to exterminate ghouls because they see ghouls as monsters and nothing else. They can't have like human emotion because they're just monsters. They don't think of them as like living beings who can feel. They just are things to be killed.
Which, given what they see, I can actually kind of sympathize with a little bit.
But we have multiple things going on across both sides of that story that kind of link these characters, because you have Kaneki, who was a human, learning about the world of ghouls and learning that ghouls are just as human as everyone else, except they are cursed from birth to only be able to eat human flesh.
Mm-hmm.
Or else they feel physically ill and everything tastes awful to them. And then we have Amon, who is referenced in Kaneki's add-ons. He's a human who goes against Kaneki. Kaneki's hesitates to kill him, saying, "Please don't make me a killer," to Amon, allowing Amon to run away, and then he kind of gets obsessed with that. Like, he kind of is intrigued by the fact that Ghoul would hesitate to kill. And that starts this whole, like, snowball effect of events that happen throughout the story that kind of bleed those 2 worlds together.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that there's no representation of any CCG characters in the cosmetics is what makes me think there's either going to be a tome or a part 2 chapter that's going to have a CCG killer and possibly a survivor.
Maybe. I mean, with the new quest system, we don't know how tomes are going to work going forward.
That's true.
And I mean, we'll find out next week.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm curious about that. Next week, as of recording, by the time this comes out, people will know. But
yeah.
But I mean, I could see it as a rift for sure. It's because I mean, again, like we've been getting licensed rifts recently, so I could definitely see it. Maybe not like a full part 2 chapter, but like a 1.5 version of the chapter. I could see like a revisit somehow, because this license, similar to FNAF, seems too big to not do it.
Hmm. I feel because like my idea for a part 2 chapter is that we get a CCG character from the show. It could be Mato, who is a character from season 1, who's obsessed with these briefcases that they have at the CCG called Queen K, which are electronic briefcases that send a shock through a harvested ghoul's organ, where they can use their Kagane as a handheld weapon.
Hmm.
Or
This show
you can
sounds
have,
way more metal than I remember.
yeah, or you can have a character from season 3 onward, Tokyo Ghoul Re, which is the sequel series to the original Tokyo Ghoul.
It's not like Soul Eater Gun, is it? Or
No, it
none.
follows.
Okay.
It's all like it picks up like a couple years after the
Okay.
events of season 2, or not season 2, because that's not canon technically. It continues at a couple years after the events of the final chapter of Tokyo Ghoul.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there's absolutely zero representation of anything past season 1/2 in this chapter. So that's also something that kind of led me to think maybe they want to save that for a part 2 chapter so that they could call the part 2 chapter Tokyo Ghoul Re, as if it's like referencing the second part of the series.
That could be an interesting way to do it. And again, like behavior aren't strangers to it. And even if it's not a full blown like chapter, again, I could see them adding other skins, maybe on the survivor side for some of the other characters that you mentioned. And
Yeah, because I
like,
was thinking, since Toka isn't like her usual attire, I was thinking if they were to do a part 2 chapter and they wanted to do Mato as a killer, the perfect fit for a survivor would be a character called Hinami, who at the introduction of the story is like a 13-year-old girl, but by the point in Re is, I think, in her 20s.
mm-hmm.
Um, and Mato, this is kind of going to be a spoiler. Mato ends up killing both of her parents and using her parents as weapons to try and kill her.
Hmm.
Um, I think if he's a killer, the perfect fit to go against him would be the adult version of Hinami from season 3 onward. And doing so, you can have characters like Toka or Nishiki as legendaries for Hinami, as like their actual selves, in the same sense that like Feng Min has a cosplay of Jill,
Right.
despite Jill having the exact same outfit.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think that would be a cool way to go about it.
I do. You know, the more you describe all this, it does make me question why there wasn't a survivor for this chapter. It's
Probably because if they were doing a season 1 specific chapter, the only really plausible choice for who would be a survivor against Kaneki would be Kaneki.
it's true.
Because Kaneki in season 1 especially is in constant torment between his humanity and the ghoul side. And while it would have been pretty crazy to have a survivor who is the killer, but from the main timeline,
One day it'll happen. One day, I
they'll have it
swear
one
it'll
day.
happen one day.
As crazy as that would have been and how fitting as it would have been for Kaneki, they didn't go for it, probably to like avoid confusion, if I had to guess. It would have been the most fitting. Otherwise, I feel like the survivor could have been Hide. Um, but I feel like that's a little too like too far from canon.
Again, like it's this weird thing. I don't know. It's just I get it, and if they are planning on doing a second chapter, I think that would be the reason why. It makes the most sense.
Mm-hmm.
But it just feels so strange because this has happened. This isn't like Xenomorph had Ridley, Chucky didn't have one, Dracula had one with Trevor,
Mm-hmm.
and now Ken doesn't have one. But we're getting Rose, so that technically counts. It's just so. And FNAF is getting one, which is really weird to me because there's only like 3 options.
Oh, for Survivor,
Yeah. Who do you think it's gonna be, by the way?
Michael.
You think it's gonna be Michael?
I think it's gonna be Michael. Yeah,
You know who I think it's gonna be?
Vanessa.
Yes. Did you see my tweet? Is that why?
No,
Yeah.
I just like that's the only other character I can really think of instantly.
It would
But
the options are either Michael, Vanessa. In my opinion, they're Michael, Vanessa, or Henry.
I could see Henry, but I feel like Michael's too much, too more important than Henry in terms of like actual like the story gameplay or the gameplay of the.
Yeah, but
You get what I'm trying to say.
hear me out though. Hear me out though. You stun a killer, and Henry just goes in transmission. That would make it
Connection terminate.
that would make it totally worth it. Well,
The killer DCs and all the survivors running away. He just hears connection terminated.
you blind him in the fiery pits of hell. Or God, I forget the line. I feel so bad for forgetting the line. Don't keep the devil waiting. That would be the funniest shit. The reason I think it's gonna be Vanessa though is one, we don't know what we don't know what Michael looks like.
That is true, but I do want to mention, and I'm sure you might have already heard this one.
Mm-hmm.
Behavior did make original faces for Laurie and Ellen.
But this is FNAF.
Yes, but I think they could pull it off. I think they could do it.
The other reason there's two big reasons though I think it's Vanessa.
Mm-hmm.
One, the big reason I think it's her is because it allows for representation of the Steel Wool era of the games. And
Mm-hmm.
two, because she actually, and I know it's a separate canon, but because of the movie.
That's fair.
Because like she's actually kind of important to the franchise now. As much as Steel Wool makes it really weird how she's important. Whatever. But I think I could see it being Michael. I just think it would be harder to do. That's all.
Yeah, that's true. I think another very interesting idea, because so I don't know, I can't say for certain because I don't really know fully, but I've heard that Laurie Strode's face in DBD is modeled off of her comic book series appearance.
It is. It's modeled off her comic version, yeah.
So, in the comics, Charlie Emily.
If they add Charlie as a fucking survivor, I would lose my mind.
She's 19 in the comics.
Yeah, I would lose my fucking mind.
She hits that age meter that behavior needs.
I'm about to be as mad as the people when I suggest Baby could be the killer.
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to be like them because they're like, it can't be Baby. It just can't. I mean, I could see Charlie maybe. I mean, and she is very, very important.
Yeah.
They throw the real curveball, and it's Elizabeth, and she's like the size of Chucky. That would actually be great. Behavior, do it.
Yeah.
Hire me. For real, I got so many ideas. But apart from a part 2, though, do you have a dream skin for Mr. Kaneki?
I've mentioned it so many times on Twitter. So it's a very not important outfit to the series whatsoever.
You can send an image if you can get it, by the way.
Let me try to find it real quick. So during his first fight with Amon that I mentioned earlier, where he is like basically saying, "Don't make me a killer, don't let me kill you, please run away from me before I hurt you even further." This outfit. I want this outfit. I sent it to you.
It is the worst pose.
So in the show, he does that pose to kind of show like he wants Amon to hit him because he wants to show that he's not going to hit him back. Like he's just like, do it.
Fair enough. It's just out of context. It looks like the
Yeah, out of
dumbest.
context, it's very funny.
It's so stupid.
Alternatively, there's another skin that I think would be insanely cool and aura farming, as some would say.
Yeah,
The Black Reaper.
the young people would say aura farming. Yes.
Mhm. So in Tokyo Ghoul Re, as I said, that's like a time skip.
Hmm.
We see Kaneki as an adult. In At a certain point, he gains the title known as the Black Reaper. This is in reference to another character who's called the White Reaper, and essentially he looks just like the White Reaper, except his hair and clothing is black, which is polar to the White Reaper. Which I'm now getting a picture to send you right now. It's very blurry looking, I think.
Nah, it came out fine. At least, well, it works.
Yeah. So he is holding a sword there. That's unrelated. He still has the same Kagune. He could still work as a skin for Kaneki.
He wears glasses too.
Mm-hmm.
Why did so many? You know what? I'm not gonna.
So ghouls, yes, they are like superhuman-esque, but they are still very human-like. It's really just the fact that they're able to consume and work with what's called RC cells, which only humans and ghouls have. And a buildup of those allow them to have that extra power, but if they don't eat people or other ghouls, they don't have that intense amount of power. So ghouls can technically suffer from vision loss,
regular ailments.
Yeah, regular ailments. Yeah.
Okay. It's just a funny like out of context thing from like the ignorant side of me not knowing anything about it. It's just like they're superhumans. Why the fuck do they work? It's just
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you now. Like at a certain point, the CCG find out they can implant themselves with Kagune that they can use as humans without needing to eat food.
Okay.
But they're still humans. Or without needing to eat flesh, I mean. But they're still humans.
Okay.
Like, there's a lot. There's a lot I could talk about.
I need to read it. I really do.
You do need to read it. Yeah.
Moving on a bit from skins, though, maps, probably the biggest balancing issue Dead by Daylight has. Would you say Ken is map dependent? I know some people would.
Yes. Sometimes. Indoor maps are kind of a struggle until you figure out how to work around how like sliding off of stuff works. Then it becomes a little bit easier. Mm-hmm. But it does make your gameplay feel a lot more linear than being able to do like the creative stuff that I advocate for doing.
Right. Do you
mm-hmm.
I was to say, do you have a map in particular you don't like the most? Hawkins. That's an interesting choice. Oh, no, I could see it.
There are some spots where you can do cool stuff with the slingshot tech and all that. But for the most part, there's just so much clutter. And Midwich for the same reason. But Midwich, I feel, is a little bit better only because it has that open outdoor area that you can actually do cool stuff on. And you have the drop downs from upstairs that you can do cool stuff off of as well. Midwich has that little tiny bit of an upper hand over Hawkins for me.
I could also see the problem with Hawkins that some of the rooms might make it harder, not just because of the clutter, but because of which doors happen to be open that day.
I am so sick of getting Hawkins and then seeing the smoothest wall I've ever seen crafted by mankind ever. I hate it. I like Hawkins. Cool. I'm glad it's back. I don't think content should be removed from the game. Still kind of bummed out that Pinhead. I don't really care about Pinhead as a character. Like in terms of like playstyle, I'm still bummed out that newer players won't be able to get him. At least he didn't come with a map, because if he did, we wouldn't have that map anymore. And I do like having the variety of many different maps. I wish we had more maps. I wish we had a city map more than anything.
Well, there's a chance.
But
there's a chance.
Yeah.
Um, what about Larry's?
But like Larry's, I don't think Larry's is as bad of an issue unless it's like specifically the middle area. Larry's, I feel, has open enough halls and rooms with pillars inside of them that you can leap off of.
Okay. And then for maps that you prefer, and I swear if you say Macmillan, I'm going to lose my mind. What's your
I actually don't really like Macmillan.
hooray? Someone else who doesn't like Macmillan. Let's go.
I don't like Auto Haven either
Neither do I.
on 10, though I think my like favorite map to play on. Hmm. Well, I don't like a majority of the maps. No, I'm joking.
You sound like me.
Let me look at my map offerings real quick so I can kind of like jog my memory on all of them.
For me personally, and I know the background footage is showing it, but I hate Coldwind normally on most killers. I really like it on Ken.
On the reverse,
Really?
it's more of a visual struggle for me with the corn.
Oh no,
But
no.
when there's too much corn, I can't see anything, and I literally the corn covers the reticle.
Oh, does it? Oh yeah, it does. It does. That's actually true. I have clips of
It
this.
really like I can't tell if I'm aiming at a survivor 90% of the time if I'm aiming through corn. Favorite map though, honestly, Ormond or Game,
The new Ormond or the old Ormond?
both.
Both. Okay, fair. That's fair enough. And
But like unironically, I kind of love playing on the Game with Kaneki.
because of the vault, or just because of all the stupid stuff you
Think
can.
about how people play when they bring the map offering, the jigsaw piece, or when they just happen to roll Gideon Meat Plant. Every one of them just pre-drops every single pallet, like it's like they have an infinite resource. Kaneki punishes pre-drops like crazy.
That's true.
Like and also the map is pretty open for an indoor map.
Mm.
But for the most part, the fact that people see Gideon Meat Plant and they're like, okay, I'm gonna pre-drop every pallet in a line, and then I'm gonna get to this god pallet. It's just you just break the non-god pallets and then you vault over the god pallet. And then they try to vault back and then they don't realize that if their hitbox collides with the pallet while you're in your vault animation, it will hurt them.
Right.
And it's more of like a mentality thing for Gideon Meat Plant. That's why I like playing Gideon Meat Plant on Kaneki.
It is so funny to hear you say, because a lot of the reasonings you're giving is exactly why I liked it as Chucky when on first release.
That's funny.
Because Chucky doesn't do that great on Gideon's now, but back when manual scamper was a thing, he ruled that fucking map.
Yeah.
And it's just like the exact reasons you gave are why. Because everyone just pre-drops everything.
Also, I like RPD on Kaneki.
I don't hate
It's
that.
not like it's not like one of his best maps for sure. He does definitely get like limited in a lot of rooms, but there are so many cases that you can just like fly in the main room, or you can just like slide around the hallways just barely.
There's also a lot of like long hallways without doorways for a little bit. He can just kind of catch up to people.
Yeah.
So like
RPD's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it. I think people shit on RPD too much on the killer side.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are some killers that get disproportionately hurt on that map. I think Chucky and Billy are examples. But I really don't think it's that bad of a map.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Eerie. I really do think people overstate how bad Eerie is.
Eerie is definitely better in this new update. And I was also going to say Eerie is one of the maps I like playing Kaneki on now.
Mm-hmm.
With like the new tile sets they did. Toba Landing? No. But that's for every killer. Like that map is eye vomit to me.
What about Nostromo? I don't
like Nostromo.
I was gonna say I know the
generally
collision on that map is really bad.
Yeah, I don't like Nostromo generally on most killers. On Kaneki, it's even worse because I like front bump and everything, and I'm nowhere near this rock, but I was holding A slightly close to it, and I lost one of my leaps because of it.
I don't know what the general consensus on Nostromo is right now because I don't see many people talking about it, but I think I hate Nostromo more than Garden of Joy.
That's fair. So I feel like the funny thing, the way that we were talking about how like Kaneki kind of punishes the most basic playstyles that survivors do.
Mm-hmm.
That applies to a lot of the survivor sided maps too, because I feel like Garden of Joy, I have had some of my best games on Kaneki on.
Yeah, because I mean, even if they go to the main building, if you're enraged, you just get the extra vault speed, and you can basically shut down the
Yeah,
top
like they try
tower.
to do that one like really long vault loop. It's pointless. Like sure they may be able to get to the pallet, and then you break that pallet, they try to go for it again, and they will get downed.
And again, if they actually play the map though and loop, that's when I struggle.
Yeah, they'll do better when they actually use their tiles and chain them together.
Um, yeah, it's fun. Also, I still love that we don't really see Garden of Joy offerings anymore because of Greenville.
Yeah,
Thank you,
and
Greenville.
that's also now the same thing with Eerie of Crows
Mm-hmm.
with Dead Sands
Yep. And Ormond.
and Ormond.
Maybe.
But I liked Ormond generally already.
Yeah, I don't think Ormond was as bad as some people made it out. It's funny with most of the maps in the game. I think killer players particularly oversell how annoying some maps are. Even like old Eerie, like let me rephrase that. The second version of Eerie, I don't
The one
think,
before the one we have now.
yeah, I do not think was nearly as bad as some people made it out to be. Do not get me wrong,
It,
it was
it
annoying.
definitely could be bad because
Yeah.
there were so many safe spots for Survivor on that one. But it was manageable.
Yeah. It's same thing with
I feel like people focus too much on their losses than their wins in this game.
It's the same thing with
On both sides.
It's the same thing with Gideons. I don't I hate getting Gideons, but I find the map more annoying than anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's my problem with Gideons. It's not that like I feel like I can't win on Gideons or like it's overpowered or super survivor sided. I just find it annoying. That's my problem with Gideons.
Yeah.
And again, like I feel like a lot of the maps in this game are not nearly as bad as some people make them out to be. RPD I think is perfectly fine, and the balance of that one is East Wing versus West Wing for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And even like Hawkins, I know you complain about as a Chucky player, I love Hawkins.
That's fair. I feel like that's a little bit more though because of a difference in play style of how you play Chucky versus how I play Kaneki.
Exactly. But I think that's fine. I think maps being that what's the word I'm looking for? That like through line for certain killers is perfectly fine. Like Larry's existing like makes Ghostface worth it.
Yeah.
As much as a lot of us hate Larry's, like
I had a really last time Chaos Shuffle wasn't here. I got Ghostface, and I found a really funny spot because I didn't know you could stalk survivors through the gaps of those little like hospital tables, nightstands.
It's just weird because the complaint I often hear is like, oh, Huntress has been nerfed because of Ghostface because they have to add all these random bullshit things around to counter or for Ghostface to use, so it hurts Huntress. It's like, yeah, but like there's really no way to stop that. Otherwise, every killer would have to be Huntress.
Yeah.
Like like maps are. I do think there's still some outliers, but other than like Nostromo and Toba, which are the same realm, by the way.
Yeah.
Which is so stupid. I don't think it's. I really think the maps are in a decentish spot for the most part. There's exceptions.
Yeah.
But
I can agree with that.
yeah, and then like killer sided maps, like I mean, what do we got? Haddonfield?
Yeah.
Midwich, technically.
Yeah, Haddonfield. I feel Haddonfield also is like one of Kaneki's best maps.
I think it's
like flat out.
It's most killers' best map.
Yeah, I found the like you know like the Sky Kaneki stuff that people are doing.
Yeah.
I've been trying to like apply that kind of logic to actual like distance. I got this clip if you want to show it.
I can.
Yesterday.
No, I won't show you. Okay. See this. Whoops. Thanks, Discord. You're not just gonna dash around the entire map, are you? You're gonna dash to the entire. Oh my fucking. This game is perfect. There's no problems with this game.
I love the Ghoul Killer.
Oh my god.
But yeah, like That kind of stuff, like being able to do that kind of stuff, that's what I love about Kaneki the most, is just being able to just zip places.
The funny thing with it too is I don't think it like it's like actually breaking the game either. It's not like Wesker hug text, which different can of worms, but like I don't think it's breaking the game to a point to where like you could even consider it a bug. It's that feels more like a unintended feature, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I mean, they said like the slingshot stuff. At least I've heard they said that the slingshot stuff is like intended. So if the slingshot stuff's intended, then what I did in that clip is intended. Sky Kaneki is intended in some way, at least. And so I feel like that kind of stuff is really cool that you can pull off with a killer.
Yeah, it shows the skill mastery, even if it doesn't lead to anything. It's still just cool to see. Next up, do you play on Steam?
Yeah, I play on Steam.
Do you know any stats you have?
As of yesterday, from when I was checking, I might have been kicked down 1 or 2, but I should still be in the top 10 for ghouls worldwide, according to DBD Tricky.
What's the track stat? Is it hits with the?
It's perfectly timed hits.
Perfectly timed hits. Okay.
Yeah, as of right now, I'm 9th on the leaderboard.
What about the other achievement he has? The flashlight one.
Never talk to me again. No, I'm joking. Where is that? Where even is that?
It would be in there. It's a Steam achievement.
Is that even tracked on Tricky right now?
I don't know if it's.
I can't tell. My Tricky sometimes likes to load completely in Japanese. So I can't figure that out.
Yeah, it tracks every achievement, so it should be on there.
Yeah. But as of right now, I have 3,442 perfectly timed hits on Kaneki.
How long has he been out?
A month. I'm also P100 on Kaneki.
Yeah. How long has he been out? A month? You P100 him in a month?
I P100 him in 20 days.
Okay, fair enough.
And as I mentioned before, I saved up about 22 million blood points before he came out, just based on like the rumor. And was Prestige 19 day 1. That took 2 hours of just dumping blood points. I pray for that man who has 150
million?
for Springtrap.
Yeah, it's 150.
I hope the bulk blood point spending's out by then.
It's like it's hold up, you said you spent how much in 2 hours?
22 million.
22 million. So it would be 5 times that plus another 2 hours or 4 hours. So 2 times 5 is 10 hours. That's 14 hours.
Wake up at 8 a.m. on the dot, go to bed right after you hit the P100.
That's 14. I didn't do my math wrong, right? That's 14 hours.
Pretty sure.
That can't be right. 14 fucking... You gotta be kidding me.
Better hope bulk blood point spending's out by then.
You know, the more I think about it, the more that actually might be right, because like the 5 million I was spending the other day took about an hour.
Yeah.
That is fucking insane. I didn't even think about FBO for them now. Shit.
Better download that auto clicker.
Yeah, I hope the queue times are long. Just do it in between those. 2v8's coming back soon, so we'll just do it during that. What the fuck? That is 14 hours. I've never really sat down and done the math. That's
it's crazy to think about how much time you still spend. Can you imagine if they didn't add the automatic purchase button?
Like, I'm sitting here thinking, because I have Chucky P100. He's my only P100. Yeah. So, like, I've spent about 14 hours just clicking that button. Not even playing him.
Yep.
That's nuts. That's fucking insane. What? By the way, what is the flashlight achievement? Because I still haven't gotten it.
It is... I'm pretty sure it's downing or hitting a survivor within 30 seconds of them blinding you.
For any reason? Not even while you're enraged?
Well, it's not like a Kaneki.
It's not
Kaneki specific. It's just in general, in public matches, damage a survivor who just blinded you within 30 seconds.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so random.
Yeah, I think maybe it's because of Forever Entwined, because usually they do like a general achievement based on one of the perks they got.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's supposed to be like Forever Entwined related because it helps you like avoid flashlight saves.
I gotcha. But that could wait. That would be counterintuitive.
I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of it.
You're avoiding the save. You were not going to get blind, so you're not going to get the achievements.
Yeah. Also, speaking of achievements, I do really like the little Easter egg to Tokyo Ghoul's opening, which is Unravel. In the achievements, the one where you perform 30 perfectly timed grab attacks. That one's called "Remember Who I Am," and that's the like final lyrics of the song.
Speaking of behavior, the icons you guys make for those achievements, not the adepts, but the other ones, that could be a very cool P100 reward. Just saying, the art's already there.
True.
Yeah, the icon's there. Chucky has a little cool one where he's under a pallet. It's really cool. I would love it to be in the game. Well, I think that's, unless you have anything else you want to add, I think that's pretty much it.
More cosmetics, please.
Do you have anything you want to plug before we head out?
I stream whenever I feel like it on Twitch at Cykosu. I post dumb stuff on Twitter, also at Cykosu. I'm very slowly writing a comic called Omnia, which you can find on Webtoon. And also, I have a Minecraft Pokemon add-on for the Cobblemon mod that adds evolutions for the other remaining types that don't have them.
There's a reason for that, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason there's no other evolutions.
I know. I ignore it.
Yeah, your reality means nothing to me.
Yep.
But in that case, I'll let you go. All those links will be below. And to everyone listening on the YouTubes, I love you guys. Have a good one. And bye.